Good morning, everyone. I am Bondar JR, also known as the Silver Wolf, also simply known most days as Ron, and we are here to stream some EveOnline. I already have things kind of going on over here. Let me get over here. I got Falstaff kind of trying to get his dailies completed, so we'll tune in with him. But special thanks to Jerry Can, Rovendoug, Dark Slider, who are all here already. Appreciate you guys. I apologize if there's a green light flashing on my face. I am charging my drone battery. Got my drone out this morning. Of course, the batteries are dead. Oh, I'm charging the battery, and it is flashing a green light to show that it's charging, and I don't know if it's hitting my face or not. I can notice it, but I don't know if you guys can notice it, so... But yeah, so Dark Slider asked about the weekend. Good weekend. Good weekend. We actually, I'm going to decline this one since it goes through low sec. And get another. I've never got two low sec ones in a row until today. Shit. All right. Well, we might have to do this one. Let's see. Is it just one low sec? No, it's two low sec. You know what? I can do it. What's the worst that'll happen, right? I'll get killed? Right. Exactly. Exactly. So, nah, I can't see any green light. Face is too scruffy to reflect it. Yeah, that's, yeah, the wife has not mentioned the beard. So I'm going to leave it on until she says something. Battle of wills. I'm sure she'll win. Because it's really starting to bother me. Itches a lot. So yeah, so I'm probably going to have to get rid of it here sooner than later. But I'm not going to tell her that. So, but yeah, we actually went into Lipa. The three of us, actually the five of us. So my brother-in-law and his wife, Adele and I, and Abigail. We took her with us, and we went into Lipa, which was about 2 hours away, and we visited the S and R. This time I thought it was the SNR, but it's like our equivalent of Costco. So, but it's the SNR. I don't know what it stands for, but we visited it, and it was saying, yeah, she got to go as well. So, which I don't know. She the SNR would not allow her in, so she had to stay in the car, and my brother-in-law stayed with her. And yeah, I don't know. We were probably in there an hour. It's not as big. I don't think it's as big as my Costco was. But it had a lot of interesting stuff. So what's up, Ruspin? Good to see you, buddy. So yeah, it had a lot of interesting things. We got Lay's potato chips, which I haven't been able to get here. So yeah, that's what I thought it was, SNR, but it's actually S and plus sign R. So I thought it was SNR, and then when we pulled up and it said S plus R, I was like, oh. You're saying S and R. So yeah. So I have no idea. Yeah, I have no idea. So, but yeah, no idea what it stands for. But they did have a lot of stuff. Ironically, no pretzels. They had some local Filipino type pretzels, which we got. I haven't tried them yet. I'm a big pretzel fan, so just regular rolled gold or trying to think what the other ones are. Of course, spacing, but the pretzel shaped ones with the salt. Here I'm doing a lot of sweating, so I want to kind of replenish the salt. And most of the food that they make here is pretty salty, so that's probably not a problem. But wanted to make sure that I have that in there, and pretzels is also a good snack, and so not super fattening, not like potato chips. But we did get potato chips. They had Lay's potato chips, which was kind of nice. What else? They had a bunch of stuff. It was really surprising. And then some stuff that wasn't, So we got coffee. She has been having trouble finding coffee at different places. ground coffee. So everything here they do is instant, which I'm not an instant guy. I like my coffee brewed. And so yeah, so I ended up getting some M&M coffee, which I have never had, but we'll see how that works. But I think I'm finishing up the old stuff today, and then we'll probably start on the M&M maybe tomorrow. But yeah, so we'll see how that works. And then what else? Yeah, we got a bunch of stuff. They're pop. So their Coke products were actually cheaper here than I remember at our Costco. Our Costco never carried Coke products. So yeah, the S&R is kind of like a Costco, and so, but yeah, it was interesting. Big X is the cooker. There you go. Yeah, it's in the cooker. Good job. Good job. Yeah, I have. In fact, that's a good point. I have my prorators are in. I think they got 6 days. I put them in last night, so probably still 6 days left. But my Helioses are done. So I was gonna probably when Blue Gray comes on, I'll probably send him a Helios, and then I'll send him a prorator after they're done. But yeah, so that worked out. I did do a bunch of event stuff yesterday, so 7 days. Yeah, see, I think mine was 6 days, so that's pretty good. Too bad X isn't a pot roast. Love me some pot roast. Yeah, I could go for a pot roast too now that you mention it. Yeah, now that you mention it, I could go for a pot roast too. So, that's weird. Oh, that's a moon. Okay. Yeah, it says there's nobody in the system. So I had to go into low sec. JKT, good to see you, buddy. So I had to go into low sec to do this mission. Oop, I didn't fleet with Kragan. That would have been a noob mistake. That would have been a noob mistake. All right. Now let's go ahead and complete this mission. That way we should get hazard pay. Oh, it didn't ask me to split it. Why not? That's weird. Well, crap. Did he not get it? I don't think he got it. He didn't get it. He didn't get it. Well, crapola. That's not good. I must have had to be in a fleet with him longer than that, I guess. I don't know. That's weird. I've never had that happen before. All right. Well, let's go back and see if we can talk to him again. So there's nobody in this system. So it was going to make a skin for it. Was going to cost 200 plex and 7 days. Holy cow. 200 plex. That's just ridiculous. That is just ridiculous.
Warp drive active.
It's really a shame they are charging so much. Yep. Should be exactly at least to make it. I understand you want to charge people to display it, and you want the developers to, the designers to get their money back. So, because they've got to pay for all the colors, they got to pay for all that crap, which is super expensive. But yeah, that's just ridiculous. Don't charge 2 plex for them to make a skin. And then if you want to charge people to actually buy it, that's a whole different thing. If they're not skilled enough to make their own, then yeah, that's what they get, like me. Don't have a design element in my body. So, but yeah, that's really, they're double dipping like they do with everything, kind of like the tax on selling and the tax on buying, When I'm doing these events and I have to sell those filaments or whatever, and I get taxed when I sell it, I get taxed when I buy it. That's just ridiculous. So I just keep collecting all the color pattern fine and gonna wait till they eventually lower the cost. Yeah, I don't know if they're ever gonna lower the cost, buddy. I would love to think that's possible, but the fact that people are paying it means they're never gonna lower it. So, oh, actually, I'm in 05. That's weird. How did I get in 05? So I crossed low sec without even realizing I crossed low sec. Well, that was kind of uncanny. All right. But yeah, I think you should be able to pay in ISK or Plex. Yeah, see that too. But like I said, for the designers, you know, they're already paying for the colors. So that's one of the reasons that I donate. So my next set of colors, I have a whole bunch of them, are going to Kickin'. Because he kind of went overboard donating to my stream last week. Well, week before last, yeah. So I just haven't seen him on. And so, but then after that, I will, we'll work it out with some others. So, because I know Khaleesi mentioned it. I know Restman makes some. So yeah, so. But yeah, it's kind of ridiculous because that's the big thing. You got to pay to make the skin. You got to pay for all the colors. Yeah, it's just pay. It's ridiculous. They've already gone to the trouble to design it. Just making some flat rate per skin. You know, like I said, 5 plex or something. And that way they can make as many skins as they want. Since they got to buy the, you know, components and all that other stuff as well. But yeah, that's just ridiculous. But anyway, that they can make money. That's kind of what they're on board for. So, which I can't blame them. That's what the whole name of the game is. So, I got a gator for cheap. So that's good. That's good. That's one I don't have yet. I don't think I can fly it yet. Actually, I need to check. I probably can. I brought it up yesterday. Or the other day. Oops. Did I spell it wrong? I must have spelled it wrong. I must have spelled it wrong. There it is. Yeah, I think I saved this one. I think. Nope, I didn't. All right. Yeah, so I do have all the skills to fly it. That's what I thought. I think I can fly all the battle cruisers. Alright, let's try this again. Surely he won't give me another low sec 3 in a row. That would be bad. He is! What the? What up, man? Says I can decline one every 4 hours. Declining a mission from the next 3 hours and 47 minutes. Yeah, so I can't decline it. What's going on with all the low sec, man? Totally uncool. Totally uncool. Hey there, JS. Jackson Sinclair. God, I didn't even see you come in. Way to go. Or even if they wanted to be realistic, make smaller ship skins cheaper than bigger ship skins. And I think they do. I think that's just part of the problem. So why can't you decline? You have pretty high rep. I could. I just don't want to take the rep hit. So, and I've already declined one in the past 4 hours. I just declined one a couple minutes ago. So, but hey, Newrooter, thanks for being here. You'd have to decline like 10 of them before you start to matter. Yeah, probably. I don't like any negative rep hits if I can help it. So I worked hard to get my security status up where it is. So I try not to have any rep hits. But and the agents too. I've had it where I declined one and I lost the level 4 agent and then had to work level 3s again to get back up again. But it probably wouldn't happen now since I've been doing so many, but I don't ever want to take that chance. So, Before you start working an agent. Yeah, so pro tip, check systems near your agent location. See, but I do this agent all the time. Yeah, I do this agent all the time. And he'll give me a low sec one, I'll decline it, and then I'll get a high sec one right after. I get all high secs. Today he's actually giving me 3 low secs. So Serpent Power, thanks for the raid, buddy. Took me a second to figure out who it was. Thanks for the follow, Hoot Johnson. Appreciate it. Go team mothership. So, unrecognized command. Oh, I guess I should spell it right. Helps if you spell it right. Thanks for the follow, Nizen and Sully Emerson and Bora Tacos. I like Bora Tacos. Like that one. So thanks for that. Thanks for those follows. Thanks Serpent Power for the raid. Appreciate you, buddy. Go team mothership. Yeah, I just started. So yeah, you timed that one pretty good. So timed that one pretty good. So timed that one pretty good. But yeah, so that agent, that's the 3rd low sec he's given me in a row. I rejected the first one, and then I got, and then I took the second one, and then I came back because it didn't give credit to Kragan, and he gave me a 3rd one that's low sec. So yeah, so don't get Varged now. Yeah, there you go. So welcome Raiders, appreciate you guys. Thanks for being here. I do have drops on. I don't know if there's any drop today or not. I never checked that. I really should. So yeah, these are level 4 distros. So I'm just doing it to get the points for the dailies. And so yeah, so no new drops. Okay. Yeah, I saw CCP had a drop out there, but they haven't done a stream in like 2 weeks, and you can only watch their stream to get the drop, which seems like kind of a, kind of a crock. So, but then again, it is CCP, so what else is new? So, but Serpent Power, thanks again for the raid. Appreciate it, buddy. Did you have a good stream? They changed it on Friday, did they? Okay. Keep an eye on local since I'm in here. And this is the same system I went through a second ago, so it should be fine. Should be fine. Well, not many people really in the position to use the squall anyway. There you go. Yeah, great stream, man. Excellent, excellent. Glad to hear it, Serpent Power. Into low and a blockade runner. Don't be a weenie. Yeah, I am in a blockade runner, so that's the other thing. Is the low really shouldn't be a problem, but I'm kind of a chicken shit. So, they canceled their stream and moved the drop to everyone. Oh, okay, so I missed the drop for everyone. So, okay. So then I should have been watching some people this weekend because I would have got it. So yes, Jackson, I am a weenie. Thanks for pointing that out. I think on record, I think the 900 times I've gone through LowSec, I've been blown up like 875 of them. So,
Docking permission requested.
So I have a good reason. Like they know, Oh shit, he's in LowSec.
Docking permission requested.
And then of course, I always warp as far from the station as I possibly can. So they just added the crate drop an hour ago. Oh, cool. Okay. Excellent. Excellent. All right. So let's start conversation. And I am in a fleet. And now it's asking me if I want to split it, which it didn't ask me before, which was kind of crappy. But there we go. So Kragan got his points. Let's go back and do some stuff. So, mysterious Galnet crate. There you go. Excellent. Thanks for that, Newrooter. So yeah, you probably got it yesterday. That was probably the one they moved to everybody. So like I said, CCP had one, but you had to watch their stream. And Darkslider said that yesterday they moved it to everybody since they did cancel their stream on Friday night, which I had it set to I had it scheduled so that I would not miss it because I wanted to drop, but then they canceled it. So but yeah, they probably rolled it. Darkslider said they rolled it over yesterday to everybody. So I didn't watch anybody this weekend. I was in trouble most of the weekend with the wife because I was playing too much, which I kind of informed her that's what retirement means. So I did go shopping with her on Sunday, so which I think should be extra points. So because shopping with her is I'd rather have my teeth pulled.
Warp drive active.
Aren't you retired? Exactly. That's what I said. She still thinks that. Well, and the other problem is we've canceled all of our streaming services except for Amazon Prime, and we've watched every movie on Amazon Prime. So yeah, we're probably gonna have to get Netflix again or something, and so yeah, so because she wants to watch movies, and I really don't want to turn anything on because I'm cheap. So yeah, because what she always does is we'll turn on Netflix and then she'll watch the stupidest things. So yeah, good original series though. Yeah, Expanse. We've already seen Expanse. Jacino, have you ever lost a blockade runner? I have. I've actually lost several. So yes, I have. I actually build them because I've lost several, but I have never lost a blockade runner on a gate camp. I've always lost it doing something stupid. So let's see. I think I lost 2 or 3 in trig space because I lost a battleship in trig space, and I flew my blockade runner back into trig space to try and get my loot from the blockade runner or from the battleship, and ended up getting blown up again and crap like that. So, but yeah. So yes, I have, but not on a gate camp. I have never lost one on a gate camp. So I would like to say lucky, but one of the reasons I like flying it is because it's specially made for the gate camps. So and the man in the high castle was pretty deep. See, I haven't seen that one yet, but yeah, we did see Expanse. We did see what's that Vietnamese one? Squid Game. We've seen seasons 1 and 2. So I actually buy the moon materials. So yeah, I buy them off the market. So we haven't started moon mining yet, but it is something we've talked about. But yes, I buy them off the market in Jita. So I have all the blueprints for the blockade runner. So I build all the components, but I buy the materials from Jita. So yeah, I like the yacht for getting around. Yeah, it's fast. I actually been flying the. I have been flying the. Yeah, spit it out. Damn it! I hate when that happens. The Astero. I've been flying it back and forth quite a bit the last couple days, and it's faster than the blockade runner. Doesn't have the storage capacity, doesn't have the cargo capacity, but it's definitely faster. So yeah. So Man in the High Castle. Somebody else had actually recommended that too. So yeah. So that's probably one we'll check out. But yeah, we've pretty much run out of everything on Amazon Prime and YouTube. And so YouTube we get for free. So blockade runner might have a faster warp speed. It seems to, but I can actually from my home system in Venoland to here in Ufine is about 15 jumps, and I made it in like 9 minutes in the Estero the other day,
Docking permission
where it usually
requested.
takes me somewhere between 12 and 15 in the blockade runner. So it's still fast. But yeah, I don't know if it's just that the Estero, aligns quicker. I don't know what the speed difference was, but it was definitely faster. Definitely faster. So that made a huge difference. Ah, crap. So I've got a storyline mission here. Show info. I don't want to show info on the agent. I want to show info on the mission, you dingbat. $8,000 Kernite. I don't have Kernite. I don't have Kernite here. I have Kernite in Venlin. I'm not going to fly all the way back there for that. So that's a storyline mission. That'll give me a big boost. I could probably buy it. But yeah, so the Estero line's faster. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured. Yeah, it's a frigate versus a hauler. So, but yeah, it made a huge difference. I mean, like I said, it was huge difference. It was 5 minutes, but you figure that's like a third. You know, like I said, it was 9 minutes, which is the fastest I've ever made the trip. It's all high sec, so it really wasn't anything I was worried about there. But it's also nice because the Estero has a covert ops cloak if I need it, and so there is at least one gate camp. I go through Udema and Civila, and so those are usually big gate camps. So it's nice to have the covert ops cloak. But yeah, so. But yeah, that's what I think it is. It's probably the Estero aligns faster. So go ahead and see if we can buy the Kernite. Of course, you know, we're not going to be able to buy it in the Matins. We're not going to be able to buy it in the Matins. Two jumps. I need 8,000. Yeah, it's going to cost me too much. Maybe not. 1.1. All right, well, let's go and see which one's closer to there. It's only one different.
Warp drive active.
But yes, Newrooter is a frigate versus a hauler, so that makes sense. But yeah, it was considerably faster, like I said. I think I've done it in as quick as 12 in the prorator, but I did not finish the event. Unfortunately, I'm actually out of minerals now. So I need to get that taken care of for Kragan. I am really close with Falstaff. I think I'm only like 50 points away. Yeah. 35 points away with Falstaff. So yeah, so he'll be done. I'm not worried about him. Kragan, on the other hand, is quite a bit further away. So, alright, so that took us to 4. Yeah, so that actually put me further away. Alright, so I need 8,000, so that ain't gonna work anyway. So, and this one's 1-2. That's only 100 more. I need 8,000 at 100 a pop. Yeah, so. Yeah, 10 million. Yeah, way over. Way over what I'm getting for the thing. And the worst part is the mission tells me 96. So I got enough room in this to be able to carry it. But if I go one more jump, it goes down to 9 million. So let's just buy it there. course it does. All right. Trying to do it twice. Yeah, so I'm doing it. I did it with my main, and then I'm also doing it with my alt. So yeah, you're going to keep the box or sell it. Probably keep it is the plan. I have a deal with one of my viewers that if it's a female jacket, then I'll give it to them because I have all male characters. I almost guaranteed I'm going to get a female jacket if I get a jacket at all, and so yeah, so I tried doing the event, the indie method, beginning the selling manufacturer wrecking items takes me a while. So actually it shouldn't. So Newrooter, what you can do is you can actually buy them yourself. So that's what I'm doing is I put it on the market and then I buy it myself. It doesn't seem to care. So yeah, so I had some great RNG earlier. Got a couple of Genolution implants from event relic sites. Good job, good job. That's pretty good. None of the reckoning items are in high demand at all, so yeah, nice dark. So, female plug suit is like 1.8 billion. Yeah, you can buy your own order. Yeah, yes, you can buy your own order. So, which I didn't know. Somebody on my stream actually mentioned it, and so yeah, so that one makes that the easiest one ever. You post it and then you buy it yourself, or you could also buy it with an alt, which is what I was doing in the beginning. And then they were like, hey, you can just buy it yourself. And I'm like, well, crap, I didn't think you could do that. But yes, you can buy your own order, which seems stupid. But I guess CCP doesn't care because they get the tax on the sale and they get the tax on the buy. So they're still getting paid. So from their perspective, it doesn't matter. So no, you can buy it from an alt, but you can also buy it from yourself. So yeah, I don't have one up on this guy, but let me switch over to Kragan. So I got Kragan up here. So yeah, I think Kragan has one on the market. So yeah, so if I bring this up, this is actually sold by him. I don't think it'll tell you it's sold by him, but it shows blue, so it says it's mine, but I can buy it. And that actually completes it. I'm not on that one, so it didn't complete it for me. But once I get on that one, it will. So, but yeah, I sell it and then buy it myself. So, yep. So, yeah, you can buy your own. So, didn't realize that until somebody on the stream mentioned it. So, which was a game changer. So, but yeah, it counts as a sale if you buy it yourself. So, like I said, CCP is getting the tax on the other one. So, but I do have a Kiki Respin. I just can't fly it yet. That's what I need that precursor destroyer skill for, which ironically is 49 million in Jita or 49,000 in Omar. So I'm going to go to Omar to get it. Those ones always crack me up. They think, oh, nobody's paying attention to the decimal place. Yeah, I am. So yeah, that's a markup of what? 1,000,000%, 1,000%, 1,000%, I think. Yeah, so yeah, if I get the woman's, I'll trade it to you. Which, like I said, it's pretty much guaranteed I'll get a woman's because I have all male characters. I have 4 characters, they're all male. So pretty much a good bet that it'll be. All right, so let's take this back. And we'll complete this storyline, so. Now, I know Jackson did his, and he said he didn't get a suit. In fact, Jackson, what did you end up getting? You never did tell us. You just said you were very disappointed. Most people get crap. Yeah, I think that's what he got was crap, is what he said. So, and that's probably what I'll get. I was under the impression everybody got a suit, and so that was why I was kind of pushing through. But yeah, it does seem like the suits are rare. So cheap accelerator. Okay, yeah, 60 million. Yeah, better than a stick in the eye. But yeah, kind of disappointing after you went through all that. So they're all buy orders for 500 million in Cheetah, and most people get like 30 million out of the box. There you go. Yeah. So that's not too bad. Yeah, so that's the other thing. I know some people said they were actually selling the box. Which I guess if I get it with Falstaff and we get the suit, then maybe I'll sell Kragen's box. I don't know. Because I can't really miss a 500 million payday. So okay, so that makes sense. Okay, yeah, because I thought it was more. Yeah, the box is the very last reward in the thing. This box here, Wrath of Karanos crate. Okay, yeah, crate. We're calling it a box, but yeah. Box, crate, interchangeable. So, yeah, the thing you got that had crap in it. Oh, stupid autocorrect ruined the quote. What's in the box? Oh, okay, I got you. Yeah, this is a clean stream, Jackson. We don't, we don't make underhanded comments like that. Plus, my overly aggressive auto mod will probably catch it and stop you. It stops the stupidest things. I think it's somebody said slap one day and it stopped it, but that's from a movie. What's in the box? Yeah. I don't know that one. I don't recognize the movie. I probably have seen it. Yeah, I think I'm going to sell mine. Too much ISK and I know my luck is terrible. Yeah, that was kind of, yeah, get out of the gutter. Seven. What's in the box? Yes, I do remember that one. That was a good movie. That was a good movie. Yeah, that was a good movie. You want me to ask on stream, Respin? Or you can ask on stream. That way you get full credit. All right, let's see if we can get this storyline mission done. That's what always happens. I'm here in Eugene, and I get the storyline mission. I never get them when I'm in Venelin. So, but yeah, Steven, that was a good one. Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt. When Brad Pitt was young, actually, they both were pretty young. Morgan Freeman wasn't that old then. Now he's old as dust. Brad Pitt and Kevin Spacey. Yeah, anyone need a Kiki? It's sitting in Cheating. I don't need it. There you go. I need a tiki. I need a tiki. All right, accept. Complete. No, I'm gonna keep this one for myself. I don't want him getting that money. I need to pay back the 10 million I paid for the damn freaking Kernite. All right. Yeah. All right. So actually, let me switch over. Oh, I did switch you guys over to Kragen. You guys are actually sitting watching the wrong one. What a Nimrod. This is why I make the. This is why I'm a professional streamer. Why I make the big bucks. 'Cause, yeah, you just don't get this kind of professionalism anywhere else. So, what a moron. In-game name, and I'll send it to you. Alright, so I'm pretty sure I have minerals in what's his face, so actually let's go to industry because those should be done now. Problem is I can't schedule any more jobs because I'm out of minerals, so the mining does not yield enough. So yeah, so here I'm gonna actually do the sale. So yeah, I should have just waited. Duh. So yeah, so I sell these two. It puts both of them on the market. And then I go out here and I buy one of them, which completes it. Leave the other one on there if somebody else wants to buy a grape, but nobody ever buys them. And then I've got two more that I can build, so we'll build these two. Deliver. All right. I think I've got some minerals here that I need to call, so. I have the most generous viewers. So, thanks for that, Respin. So where is the closest Tyranite mine? Billy! Nope. Oh, Empire Belt. Ooh, we might have to go do that. Why is it not showing Tyranite anymore? It was showing Tyranite.
Docking permission requested.
Well, that sucks. That's got to be Tyranite, I think. Ornatel is where it was yesterday, so that's probably it.
Docking request accepted.
But yeah, with the manufactured track, you can just wind through them once you generate enough once you have enough blueprints. Which is the stopping block. So what I usually do is I try to run some relic sites so that I can get the EPs. There it is. I was gonna say I thought I had. So let's undock and let's drag this one over there. Okay, so is she back? He's not back. All right, so we're gonna have him mine as well. So there's none here. But there's an Empire Belt in Billy. I think we're going to have to go do that. Mines, build, sell, mine, build. Yep. Build, mine, repeat. Yep. The lazy track. Yeah, like I said, the big problem is the blueprints. And so no problem, Respin. Yeah, the blueprints are the big problem. And I did have someone else, Jackson, tell me that they got them really cheap off the market, but it was only, I think they said, during the day. Might just be one of those belts that start with T. One of those belts that start with T. Why are you yelling at me, Cherry Can? I mean, man. Oh, they do say Tyrannite. They didn't say that before. They didn't say that before. It said unknown. Green asteroid, yeah. It said unknown before. I'm not losing my mind. It really did say unknown.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, when you are within one jump, they reveal them. Okay, so yeah, I was within one jump of those other ones though too. So yeah, but like I said, the Empire belts are usually in demand things. So I think I'll probably do those quick. See if we can clean those up. I'll actually get Falstaff in on it. Get him in on some of the enjoyment. Plus, I need to mine 2,000 units for my daily, so that'll get that taken care of. I thought it was just unknown when you were more than one jump. See, that's what I thought, but
Docking permission requested.
but like I said, I thought I was within one jump. Maybe I wasn't. Billy. All right, come on, Doc.
Docking request accepted.
Why this thing?
Docking
Why all of a sudden I am warping way far away from the stations? All right. So throw this in here, and actually, yeah, we'll go get that. We'll go get the other load. You know what? I think I do have a Cryos here. Not a Cryos. I just saw the Cryos. That's why I was thinking Cryos.
Warp drive active.
Playing Baldur's Gate 3. Sorry, when I go for the A, it sometimes fat finger the caps lock. No worries, buddy. I know. I was just messing with you. You probably should yell at me for not noticing that, but like I said, I think they all said unknown, which I thought was weird, but they might have been more than one jump away. So. I got Falstaff over here. Anomaly Empire Belt. Let's see. There is 10 people in the system. I want to bet they're all in this damn Empire Belt. Which will really depress me. There's already 40 people here. Of course, since there's only 10, I don't think there can be 40, but you get my point.
Warp drive active.
Oh, there's nobody here. Huh, I'll be damned. So there are 10 people in the system. There are none in this belt. All right. Now I got to remember what types. Let's switch over here. I got to remember what type of crystal it is. I think it's crap. I think it's coherent, but don't quote me on that. Nope, it's not coherent. Is it variated? Surely it's not complex. Nope, not complex. So then it's got to be variated. That's it. That's it. All right. Keep an eye out for rats. All right, so let's see here. Ship. I don't have the rock hopper here, so I think Falstaff has the rock hopper. Rock transport, I think it's called. Rock transport. So let's contract this to Craig. And oh, I'm being attacked. Holy mackerel! That's a lot of rats. All right. Why don't you go for the closer ones? Yes, yes, yes. Once again. Now it looks like I can also attack these haulers too. Now I don't know what that does. Somebody want to warn me off of this? Hey, when you're Mr. Popular, everyone wants to hang out with you. Yeah, so it seems. Well, either that or it's just this Empire belt. There we go. All right, I'll take out the haulers too. Jumps ore, okay. I wasn't sure if it would cause more of them to show up, which would just be my luck, but you know, even then. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna get Kragan back here. Once we haul this contract, accept, yes. All right, now I got that one. So let's board this one. So now we can take all the ore at once, rather than this nickel and dime crap. Ah, seriously, it still won't carry it all? Oh, that's weird. Okay. I can't compress the event ore, so. All right, let's approach this one. I keep my drones out just in case it does show up. They bring somebody else. How did that get 14 away? I mean, I'm good. I'm good till 20, so that's not a problem. Alright. We'll loot all those up. Nope, there's another one. And then what we'll do is we'll, when Kragan gets here, we'll salvage them all up. Alright, so jump. Alright. Oh, you are in an Empire belt. Yes, I found an Empire belt. I haven't found one in quite a while, so, and I just happened to stumble on this one, so. But I'm going to have to dock and drop off my ore because I'm going to run out. What's up, Caviar? How are you today? Oh, another thing. I wanted to apologize to you guys. I had planned to put in some more channel point redemptions for the stream. Ads are getting ready to start. Okay, cool. And I didn't get those in. because Blossom kind of turned me on to Star Wars, The Old Republic, and so I was playing it for this weekend until I got in trouble from the wife for playing too much. So, but yes, Empire Belts, my favorite. Only thing that would be better now is if I had some compression, but not necessary since nobody else is here. Since nobody else is here. Which is kind of ridiculous. So it looks like nobody else is coming, so I'm going to bring these guys back in. I think I'm going to run a little short. Let's see.
The asteroid is
Oh, man, look at that. Right at it. Right at it. All right. So let's dock and drop this stuff off.
warp drive active.
Hey, I've been busy all day. You're always busy. Item hanger. Stack. Process. Reprocess. 1.17 million. Now we're cooking with gas. All right, so let's get this guy. This should keep me in the minerals for a little bit.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Actually, I should have got all mine. There's the ads. Sorry about the ads. I'm just going to drop the war. Oh, this is the same place where the distribution guy is. Cool, cool, cool. Oop. Ah. Oh, that's Kragan. That's why. Not on the right guy. I'm like, what happened? Oh, stop it. All right.
Warp drive active.
I'll be back in time for the fleet, though. Excellent, excellent. Cooking, cleaning, driving. There you go. Well, that's good. Okay, so that's him. We're going here to drop off the minerals. Okay. You know, when you're going to multi-box, it helps to be able to keep track of things. Remember what the hell you were doing. I tell you, some days, do not try this at home. I am a professional streamer. I do this for a living. Do not try this at home. Oh, I didn't get enough yet. Well, that kind of sucks. Alright, let's get the Ephraim. But I don't think the Ephraim is the same one. No, it is not. I should have known. Oop. Do that. Open up your thing. That's not what you wanted. I think is that complex? I don't know. Some days it really doesn't pay to get out of bed. Nope, it's not complex. Or it's not coherent, so it must be complex. Alright. Alright, Kragan's here. So let's drop these minerals off. Alright, and then let's go to the build menu. Let's get a couple more blueprints in there. Alright. Alright. Build. 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 Alright, so I got all my blueprints built. 8 out of 9 jobs. All right, cool. So now I think I need to mine, don't I? The dock. All right, Falstaff's here. Falstaff's mining. Good, good, good. Let's go to loot. Yeah, so it doesn't look, it looks like the ships, the haulers didn't drop anything. Oh no, there they are. Cool. Dang you, Bezos. You ads, 9 ads, dang. How did you get ads? That killed my soul a little. How did you get ads? You should be subbed. You're a VIP, for crying out loud. Alright, let's dock here. New P. Sorry. New P. I don't know what new P means. Hopefully tomorrow night. Okay. Nope. Okay. I don't feel bad for not knowing that meant nope. Yeah, I don't feel bad for that one. Just pronounce it. Yeah, Bo, thanks for being here. Yeah, I realized that after I said it. Phonetically. I met a guy named Ron once who spelled his name R-A-H-N, which I thought was just the coolest thing. Because technically it's still Ron, but not the way I spell Ron. So, all right. So let's take this back. But yep, phonetics. Hooked on phonetics. Actually, most of you guys are probably too young to know hooked on phonics. Now I want to name a tune. Yeah, there you go. Elron. There you go. There you go. There you go. Yeah. Something to be said for that. All right. I couldn't believe it. I met him. I actually worked with him in a summer camp. And they were like, oh, we got a problem. We got 2 Rons. And I'm like, that never happens. Never. And they said, well, he spells his differently. So I'm like, how does he spell Ron? There's really only one way to name it. Birth year and username. I remember it. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Yep. Hooked on phonics. Hooked on phonics. I can never be sure, but you're right. I should have assumed that. My wife actually wears around, what does it say? Originated, and she wears a t-shirt that says originated in 1977. And I told her, I said, no, you didn't. Her birthday's in 1966. And she's actually older than me. And I said, so you can't wear that. She said, I can wear anything I want. To which I replied, all right. That was the slogan. Yep. Hooked on phonics worked for me. That was it. That was the slogan. That was the slogan. I was a backwater hick, but hooked on phonics worked for me. Yep, good old days. I can't stay that long tonight, though. I have to get up early to drive back to New Hampshire. All right, buddy. No worries. I appreciate you being here. I wasn't expecting you tonight because I thought you were driving. So, where's the beef? Where's the beef? Yeah, you get in trouble for that one now. Everybody thinks it's sexual, which I don't know why, but that woman, the last thing I thought about looking at that old woman was sex. Definitely the last thing. But yeah, everybody thought it was sexual. Then again, nowadays, they've kind of gone off the deep end with overreacting. What's up, Respin? Welcome back. They have definitely gone off the deep end with overreacting to things. So, all right, this is going to time us out. Ooh, look at that. Right on the money. Pretty sure that's the one I left everything in, right? Yep. All right.
Warp drive active.
That's the only problem with these Empire belts is without compression, I gotta run back and forth. Now Kragan's coming out, so we'll be in good shape. Because I can shove everything on his retriever. I'm gonna have him pick up the stuff, the loot from the other ones. Plus, he can also salvage them. He's got a salvage one, so. Not tonight. I spent nearly the whole day with Mom, and it was worth every second. That's good. That's good. Well, it was Mother's Day, too, so, you know, that was kind of. She deserved that. Was your mom one that likes to rehash for you how long she was in labor? So, my biological mother never did, and my stepmother, of course, wasn't in labor with me. But I had heard from a couple of my friends that they had mothers that would always rehash to them, you know, I was in labor for 13 hours with you, suffering nonstop. And your dad, he wasn't allowed to be in the room back then, so I had to suffer by myself. Wait, yeah, I definitely don't want you driving while you're tired. That's never good. Alright, let's jump back to this Empire belt. I got almost all the Nox stuff, so that's huge. That's huge. Alright, Kragan is on his way in. On his way in. With my mom, was you almost showed up in the elevator. You couldn't wait to get out. So my daughter, I have two kids, for those of you who don't know. I have a 32-year-old daughter and a he'll be 27 in August, 27-year-old son. So my daughter, she was first child. I was 25. She was the first child I had. And I had this whole opinion that I was going to be in and out in like 20 minutes. And everything was going to be great. I was going to be, I was going to get it taken care of. And then I was going to get home and I was going to have the whole day off. And so my wife was in labor with her for like, I don't know, 19 hours or something. I had to sleep on the radiator, that was in the hotel room, in the hospital room, because they didn't have a bed for me. It was ridiculous. And so I came out dead. Way to go, Respin. But then with my son, when he was due, he literally, I think we barely made it through the door of the hospital before he was crowning and ready to go. And they said that wasn't unusual for the second one. So with him, I didn't plan ahead, and I did have the whole rest of the day off. But, all right, so Kragan, I'm going to have him pick up this stuff. So Kragan, why don't you pick up this stuff from these guys first. And let's get your, we got rats. We got lots of rats. My goodness gracious. When they come in force. They're probably pissed that I destroyed all their haulers. Alright, so let's launch our salvage drone. Got rid of that one. There's the closer one. So I don't know why they're not attacking, heaven forbid. Probably because they're attacking Kragan, so they figure, we don't need to worry about it. They're attacking Kragan. So. What's up, Manta? Good to see you today. At least they aren't diamond rats. Yeah, I've been checking that since I accidentally attacked them by accident. And got myself in trouble. So. Alright, my arrow goal is done. Takes longer with the empire belts. Alright, take off the variated and add in the complex. Oop, why didn't it come off? What the heck? Alright, we'll get this Ducium. Ducium. Well. Alright, mining hold. Keep track of that. Alright. Alright, we're gonna loot this baby. Ooh. Max. They got minerals? That's weird. I didn't expect minerals. Alright. Approach. Alright. Yeah, I didn't expect minerals. That's a new one. Alright, approach. So yeah, MantaFinch, good to see you. They gave my mom drugs right before I came out, so I came out blue, lifeless, and high as hell. There you go. Started life off right. Yeah, that was the weird one with my wife, now ex-wife. She wanted drugs, but they were afraid she'd go into labor. And then, you know, of course, she took like 19 hours, so she was super pissed. I remember that fondly. The standings grind resumes. I have rejoined you sooner, but I fell asleep on my keyboard in a level 4 in a Marauder. Not the best move, especially not while enlisted in faction warfare. Ouch. Did you survive? Because I have fallen asleep like that and not survived. That... If you survived, it's a win. So if not, yeah, then learn it next time. Survived. Yep, ship just happily sat there wrapping the infinite incoming damage. See, that's pretty good. Yeah, see, I have not survived. That's, usually don't survive those, so. But yeah, so that's pretty good. If you survived, then you're doing good, so. Let's approach this guy. After we clear him, and we'll figure out what we're gonna do, so. Yeah, if I had a nickel for every time I fell asleep, mining or otherwise. That used to be my jam. Falling asleep while mining. Alright, let's pull these guys in. Oh, I guess I should probably salvage one of these guys, huh? Instead of screwing around. Been there in a 10-10 build Tengu. There you go. Yep. Oh, okay, have an excellent day, Bond, and all time for bed. Yep, no problem, Jackson. Sleep well, and have a safe trip tomorrow. Happy Mother's Day. Alright, let me loot this one. Alright, half. Alright, so let's get back to Falstaff. Now that we cleaned everybody up. And I'm gonna do these guys, so I think they're coherent. He ran out of space. I hate when that happens. Okay, so let's jettison this. Jettison, yes. Open. Alright, and then let's put these guys in there as well. Alright, cool. So now I got my space back. Reagan can pick up this stuff. Alright. Not enough cargo space. Oh, because it's trying to put it in the regular hold, not the mounting hold. Yeah, I got plenty of space. Don't be messing with me. So salvage this guy. And let's go for some yttrium. Oop. Alright, turn you off. Alright, return. Alright, we're in business. Okay. But back in business. We'll do... You all make sure to spank Bond if he's naughty. Yeah, they're pretty good about that. They'll definitely tattle on me, if nothing else. Heavy missile launcher salvager. So that looks like it could probably hold its own for a while. Yeah, that's an expensive build though. Those Tengus, that's why I never fly mine, is because I'm always afraid of losing it. I can't replace it, so I can't replace it. Too expensive. Alright, so that's Falstaff. So yeah, you guys are watching Falstaff. Alright. So actually Falstaff got his other one, so we can claim these guys. So let's clear that. I bling my PvE stuff. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. All right, what we got here? Yeah, only 20,000. I'll save it for later. All right. Oh, you have to bling PvE stuff. Yep. Always good. Always good. I can't believe we've got this whole belt to ourselves. This is awesome. I think everybody's trying to finish up the event, which I should be doing, let's be honest. But nothing more entertaining than throwing 20 billion into an abyssal rolling session trying to get the point, yep, 0.0001% more effective out of it, yep. Yep. That is the nature of Eve. That is the nature of Eve. What can we squeeze out of it? Just need a little bit more. Need a little bit more. Remember, I'm a Caldari stuck in an Amar body. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I'm definitely a high-sec Care Bear, so... Targeting range is only 200 kilometers. There you go. That's the kind of targeting range I like. I sit back with my rail guns and snipe everybody before they can even get close. That's my kind of fit. The problem is when it warps you in, it never warps you in at 200 kilometers out. So I got to survive long enough to get to 200 kilometers out. So it looks like Jackson took off. All right, I think I already cleared that, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Why does it say I still have... This thing sometimes drives me crazy. All right, so I'm about to run out of space again. So let's go ahead and let's jettison this. All right. We're going to open it. And we're going to throw this in there too. All right. Reagan, he can open it. We're not going to take it all. I'm going to take this one. Take 271. That way we keep it open. All right. And that way we can mine longer. So micro jump drive for the win. Yep. That's what I have on mine. I just got to survive long enough for the micro warp drive to kick in. So let me name this. We just did it at 3:05. No, I don't think we're going to be here long enough, but I want to name it so that I don't lose it. I had a nickel. So I remember in the old days, railguns were never used because they were so bad. Now they're ridiculous. Yep. Yeah, railguns, that's my go-to. That's what I like. That's my jam. But I even got in trouble with Jackson. Now that he's gone, I can say it, but I put railguns on a Mackerel, and I didn't even put large railguns. I put medium railguns on a Mackerel, which has 0 bonuses for railguns. It's a projectile ship. When he saw that, he really flipped it. He was furious. But I'm a railgun guy, so. But then I switched it to projectiles. The problem with the projectiles is they're slow, and I didn't want to sit there all day. So, but I was able to, with some help from my viewers, get a good fit that sped up the projectiles. So it works pretty good. It's still slower than all the others, but yeah, I like rod throwers. Yeah, that's what I like. Especially from a snipe perspective. I love to sit there and snipe them. Do it all day long. I haven't, yeah, well, we got to get this event done so I can get back to doing some combat missions. I haven't done a combat mission in a long time, so. So yeah, reminder, all my broadcasts are put up on YouTube. You guys want to check it out. Same username, BondarJR. I'm actually, so I was telling everybody earlier, I pulled out my drone today. I saw the box was damaged, and I was a little worried that maybe it had got damaged. Luckily, it was sealed in styrofoam, so the styrofoam took the hit. But I pulled out my drone, and the batteries were dead, so I'm charging the batteries now. So I'm hoping to fly my drone later today and get some drone footage of the neighborhood and the surrounding area, and I will post that on Discord and maybe even put it on my YouTube channel as a lead into my Filipino stuff. So I'm probably going to start doing some Filipino vlogging maybe once a week or so. So yeah, so observations of an American from the Philippines. Like there's not enough of those on YouTube already. So but yeah. Alright, so Kragan's here. Kragan's running out of space. So I need to clean my Eve workbench out a bit. Yeah, that's typical. So that's a Thunder Child. Yep. Okay, cool beans. So let's see. All right. So I'm going to take this back, come back, and pick up the rest. Dude, I love my TCs. Yep, there you go. They're just a laugh factory. Yep, yep. Yeah, it almost is, as I think Manta said earlier, it's a little ridiculous. My CEO just logged on, told me that he's found out that objects in space in real life slow down, which made no sense whatsoever logically. So I've Googled it and it turns out it's actually true, though it makes no sense. So I'm questioning my entire belief system now. Yeah. Been there, done that. Been there, done that. Been there, done that. All right. So I'm going to leave those in there. I'm just going to take out the mining hold. All right. That way we can clean out this belt. We may as well clean it all out. I mean, yeah, I made the mistake of hitting the push all to workbench. Ooh, that's not good. Yeah. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, that's not good. I mean, gravity from various objects would have an impact over time. Yep. And all objects have some form of gravity. So they say, now that's weird because like meteors and things of that nature, they don't seem to be affected. But maybe that's because they have their own gravity, their own uh, acceleration, I guess we would call it. But yeah. But anything else, I could see it. And they say that that makes sense too because objects that we have orbiting the Earth. Sorry about that. Eventually, their orbit starts to decay, and so they get pulled into the atmosphere. So all that trash from the 70s and 80s that we left up there, that we never paid any attention to. Whoop, that's the wrong one. Jump over here to Craig again. Target the yttrium. Boom, boom. Oh. Somehow I ended up further away. So atmospheric drag causes that. Yep. Yeah, so 500 fits and some of them are just tests. Yeah, that's the worst. All right. So let's take these guys, throw them up here. All right. So that way if somebody does come and try to steal my can, at least they're not going to get much. All right, cool beans. Reason why from time to time they have to boost the ISS to the higher orbit. Yep. Yeah, so that makes sense.
The asteroid is depleted.
Oof, that was quick. Oops, that's not the one I want. Alright. Let's take this guy off. And throw a coherent one on there. What's it? I guess I gotta put it on before it tells me what this deterioration is. 50%. Alright, cool. Alrighty. Now we're cooking with gas. But yeah, that makes sense. I know they do have to boost the ISS from time to time. I just figured that was gravity as well, pulling it in, but atmospheric drag, gravity, whatever, all works out pretty much the same. So I think I already got my 15,000. But let's check and make sure. We're on the wrong one. Yep, I did. That's on him. Let's check on here. If I had a nickel for every time I pulled it on one and not the other, that would make me rich too. If the ISS was high enough, it's going fast enough to stay in orbit. Okay. Then why don't they just move it higher? Because I guess that would use more fuel to get there. So maybe that's why. I like the close-up footage we can get of the sun now. How we can see solar flares and such. Yep, yep. Yeah, all that stuff is super interesting. I'm so glad that NASA is back, doing what NASA does best. So I was a little frustrated with the United States government for eliminating NASA several years back because they said it was costing too much. I was like, we probably always need to have a backup plan. You just never know when an asteroid's going to come for us and we're not able to get rid of it. Armageddon. Highly unrealistic, but awesome movie. Oh, there we go. Now we got somebody coming in to help us out. Somebody noticed that there is a Empire belt here, so we're working on the same one. Didn't realize that. Unlock. Try not to double up if I can help it. But he's, of course, targeting the same one as me. Of course he is. High-sec people are funny. I don't think I've ever seen someone actually use an endurance. Oh, actually, Jackson, that's all he uses is an endurance. He loves it. He swears by it. He won't use anything else. Actually, I think it's probably better. I had it open here. What happened? Did I somehow close it? I don't remember closing it. I picked it up multiple times. But yeah, that's all he uses. He swears by it. But nothing like the guy coming in and targeting the same asteroid I'm targeted. Real professionalism. What's up, Zero Chronos? Good to see you. Yeah, Endurance is an amazing ship. Top efficient is almost as fast as a Hulk. Almost. Just doesn't have the Zero, thanks for the follow. Doesn't have the cargo hold. So that's the only problem. One day I'll swing by and say hello, I promise. You're always welcome, Manta. Yeah, actually, Jackson swears by him. And like I said, he's convinced me, so Yeah, yep. But yeah, they do very well. I hadn't heard that they're almost as good as a Hulk, but it makes sense. So makes sense because they do very well. But yeah, they're quality workmanship. So as the mining frigates go. They're really great for low sec and wormhole mining because you can get in and get out really quick, and they're fairly easy to replace. So, but I like mining for salvage. Yep, yep, yep. I do a lot of that too. So I do a lot of that too. So now he's also scanning in his endurance. Okay. I'm pretty sure that's not. That's not.
The asteroid is depleted.
Spit it out. That's not blue gray. Why did I switch? I don't want to switch. Ah, some days it really doesn't pay to get out of bed, I swear. Come on. All right, 65. Cool. Ironically, now he went to his own asteroid. After he already stole from mine. But okie dokie. I've had enough endurance ice mining at 18-second cycles. Hulk with a boost is about 30 seconds. Yeah, see, I don't do a whole lot of ice mining, but yes, I have heard they're fantastic when it comes to ice. And so that makes sense. I think they also have an ice hold, which also helps. Alright, so I think I'm going to be close to maxed out here. So let's grab... Yep. Can't grab it all. Alright. Let's go ahead and drop this off. And then we'll come back. Finish it off. What has an ice hold? I think the endurance has an ice hold. So I may be mistaken. So okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember if it did or not. I haven't flown one in a while. Back in my day, we used to mine in battleships. Yep. Mine too. Mine too. I remember those days fondly. I remember those days fondly. 8 high slots. Yep, yep, yep. And nobody messed with you. Because you could pretty much tank anything, you know? Belt rats were completely worthless. But yeah, that was the good old days. Back when you had to, when we didn't have mining barges or mining frigates. It was yesterday on my Dommy. Yeah, there's a few. EveTare, good to see you today. There's a few that still do it. And then you definitely have to do the jet cam mining because it does not work out well. Ooh. Stack all. Stack all. Dock. All right. Good to see you today. Thanks for being here. Vexer still has a mining drone bonus. Yep, yep. Yep. And it probably always will. It probably always will. That one was always a good one. So, we did an old school mining night as a corp once. When you grow up, you can use a DST to feed it into their fleet hangar. There you go. I was in Hatamo, and some Garista control tower dumped nasty things out of it. Oh, man, that sucks. I'm wondering if there's something going on here, because we are getting a lot of rats. Maybe it's just Empire belts. Maybe they upped them. Maybe they upped them. Seven, 2, 5, 9. All right. I don't know why it's not targeting him automatically. Oh, maybe they're attacking him. Maybe I should have left him go. He's got a couple of his little tiny drones on it. That's so cute. Oh, and he got credit for the kill. I didn't want to do that. That's fine. Ain't gonna hurt nothing. We're almost done, so it shouldn't matter. I saw the can and thought it was for this other one. So silly me, tricks are for kids. Surely you're not going to steal from my crate. I mean, you're welcome to try, but I wouldn't recommend it. Let's unlock that one. I want to lock that one. Let's lock this one. Oh, come on. Oop, that wasn't what I wanted. D-scan looked like shit was going down with 30 BSs at work and some haulers in a belt. Wow. That keeps things interesting. That definitely keeps things interesting. Why don't I have it? All the BS that's fitted to mine. There you go. That'll keep you on your toes for sure. Yep, yep, yep. Joke's on them. It's a bunch of dummies with sentry drones and mining lasers. Yep, we do goofy stuff like that to have a laugh. That always keeps it interesting. Yeah, let's not do that. All right, let's go dock.
Warp drive active.
Why does it keep closing it? Oh, wait, that's the wrong one.
Docking permission requested.
So I just flew Falstaff back, which was not the one I wanted to fly back.
Docking request accepted.
Oh, I tell you, some days I don't know how I even get out of bed. That was not the one I wanted to fly back. That's what I get for paying attention. So I heard a handful of skiffs have enough DPS out to stop basic gank attempts. That's pretty good.
Warp drive active.
Skiff is a brick if fitted right. Yep. It's like a surprise party, but for gankers. There you go. I love a ship that list isn't on D-scan. There you go. All right. ain't very many left. Where are they at? There. All right, so that's the problem. These are too far away. Do we have some that are closer? A couple. Those are probably the ones he's working on. Yeah, that's a good one. All right. Let's see. Oh, I didn't want to take all of it. I tell ya, some days it's a wonder I get out of bed. What is that in there? All right, so we'll just do these last ones. Call it a day. It's like a surprise party, but for gankers. That's true. All right. So we got our dailies. And honestly, we should be. Oh, I got to mine Tyrannite. That's what I'm stuck on. Okay. So yeah, I got to get back to that once we finish this Empire Belt. Like I said, I think we'll take these last one and then we'll take off. Since I keep getting rid of my can, like a Nimrod. Oh. Z Chronos, looks like are you doing mining crafting cycle for the event? I am. The problem is the blueprints, so I have to do the relic scanning as well to get the blueprints, and that one has been hit or miss. I've had some good luck, and yes, when we did it on Friday, some bad luck. I think I went for 3 of the 4 hours with no relic sites whatsoever. So, and then the last hour I got 3 or 4. So, but yeah, I usually get enough to do 2 or 3 cycles of the building, and then I got to go look for more blueprints. So that's not a problem. I may take you up on that. So Amar's like 38 jumps, but that's still better than all that scanning. That scanning takes forever. So I think I was paying like 3 million each. So or that's what I offered. So yeah, if you want, oh, I'm not trying to compress. I want to jettison. But yeah, so if you want, I'd be willing to pay you 3 million for them as well. So sorry. Ads are on. Oh, no, ads are getting ready to start. Hit the right key. Okay, what happened? Okay, it worked. Man, that took forever. Like 33 BPCs, I'm not going to need them. All right. Oh, that would be awesome. Like I said, I was offering 3 million a piece, so I'd be more than willing to pay you for them. So, like I said, that way at least you get something out of it. I think if you put them on the market, they're selling for between 5 and 10 million a piece. So, Blue Gray, what's up, buddy? I didn't see you in there. I was wondering if that was one of your alts that was here in the endurance, because he was scanning and everything, and but I looked and the corp's not the same. So, oh, there's the ad. Sorry about that. All right, so we'll fill these guys up and then we'll call it. We'll let him have the rest of these. So I got more than my share. So that was a very productive morning. So that'll gross me enough knocks to probably build a couple battleships. So that'll be worth it. Oh, sorry, the ads are still on. So Blue Gray, I was talking earlier. It looks like you're sub. So I have a Helios for you. Prorator's going to be, I think, 6 days. Let me check. Who are we looking at here? That's Falstaff. So yeah, if I look here on my industry, I think it's going to be 6 days for the prorator.
The asteroid is depleted.
Of course it is. Yeah, 5 days. Almost 6. 5 days, 15 hours. So I put it in last night. So I can send you the Helios now, or I can wait and send them both to you at the same. Whatever you prefer. So 6 to 1, half dozen the other for me. So he's working on that one. There's one there. So 2, 1, 2, 1. Yeah, so I'm missing one. There it is. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking if I do them both, so you want to do it to a Caden? Okay, cool. I can definitely do them separate. I just hate for you to make 2 trips, so. Ads are over. Sorry about that, guys. Welcome back. Either or. 6 to 1, half dozen the other. Doesn't make much difference to me. Alright, so they're done. So I'm actually going to pull this guy. And I'm going to go ahead and dock him. Once I fill this up, we'll go that way. So yeah, so I'll go ahead. I think I'll check. I think I've got them all together, so I have to separate them. So I got to get back to Venolin. Yeah, I like traveling too, especially at Estero. Whew. We were talking about that earlier. I've actually broke my record in Estero. I've made it quicker than I did in the Pro Raider. So, unfortunately, it doesn't have the cargo capacity, but it does all right. So, is he taking off? Or is he going to target mine? No, he's going to target mine. Even though there's 2 open over there that he could target. Oh, no, there's not. That's the last 2. Yeah, that's the last 2.
The asteroid is depleted.
All right. We'll let him have the last.
Warp drive active.
All right, so I need to find
Docking permission requested.
come on.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Competitive mining, yeah, it sure seems like it. The guy is definitely, I mean, he came in right away and targeted the asteroid that I was on. Like, really, man? But, c'est la vie. What else is new? Alright, so let's trade with Kragan. And we'll have Kragan give me all his ore. Alright. Alright. And then we'll have both of these guys go back. Yeah, so let's go back to Euphine.
Warp drive active.
What we'll do is we'll get the rock hauler and we'll haul all this stuff back, and then I'll use the porpoise to compress it so that I can take it back to the other one. Bootleg lamp. Good to see ya. Is that you, Zero? Actually, yeah, you did. You're bootleg. All right, cool. Let me add you. That way I know who you are. Oop, I didn't want to start conversation. I hate when I hit the wrong button. All right. Oh. So yeah, I'll try and get some drone footage today for my neighborhood, that kind of stuff. Like I said, I'll post that on Discord if these batteries ever charge. They've actually been here now charging for like 4 or 5 hours. So, and they're still not. I'm still on the first one. So we'll see. So.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
And a disconnect in the abyssal while changing rooms and managed to kill the one NPC, which is a drone battleship with 20% structure. Had to overheat my armor wrap and get my transversal up. And my close range high damage crystal loaded, so that helped. Wow, that was pretty good. Excellent job. That's him. Mining hold, ship hangar. Yep, we got a trade. Oh, there's an Eris. No, that's a regular one. That's what I thought. That's not the one I'm looking for. I gotta quit naming them other things because that always screws me up. Alright. That takes care of that. No mining hold. Okay, so then we're gonna trade to Falstaff. This guy. Trade it back to him. Alright, yes. Alright. Alright, now with him I gotta find the small Serpentis armor rep. Took over heat like a champ. That's good. Yeah, usually the non-faction ones, they do a lot better, so that's good. Bump. Yeah, so 2 jumps. All right, let's go. Let's go. Oop, I thought I undocked him. Bum, bum, bum.
Warp drive active.
Yep, I am Finder. Yep, I'm Finder. This guy. If my picture displays. Such a handsome mug. Such a handsome mug. He's way more handsome than my other guys, so. Nope, wrong one.
Warp drive active.
Thank you, sir. If you grow a Tony Stark goatee, he looks just like you. There you go. There you go. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah. I couldn't get, for some reason, I couldn't get his hair the same color. So I went with a dirty blonde, which was what mine was prior to being silver as it is now. So, but yeah, I like I like the whole chin bear because the chin is what always itches me.
Docking request
So
accepted.
that's what's bugging me now. So unfortunately, if I'm going to shave the chin, I'm going to shave the rest of it too. So L4 drone combat missions. I have been hacking and gassing in a C2 and it has been horrible. That's not good. All right, let's see if I can get all this in here. I betcha I can't. Nope, I can't. All right. Let's see what we can carry. Yeah, we want that. All right. We'll get all this back and then we'll compress it. And we'll compress it.
Warp drive active.
Then we'll compress it. Then we'll compress it. I'm going to do some Tyrannite mining on Kragan because try and see if I can move his event thing along, because I've got a bunch of items queued up already in the build queue. So I should be able to get some done. Do anything fun with the wife for Mother's Day? So we actually went shopping. So link the Retribution fit in the in-game channel. Thanks, bud. Yeah, that's a nice one. I'm definitely going to save that one. Thanks, Caviar. So yeah, we went shopping. I was talking earlier. So I thought the place was called SNR, as in Sam, Neighbor, Ron, but it's not. It's actually S and +R. But it's like it's the Philippine version of Costco. And so we went there yesterday in Lipa City, which took about 2 hours to get there and about 3 hours to get home because the traffic was worse on the way home. We went early in the morning, which wasn't too bad. But yeah, coming home, we came home right around lunchtime, like 12:30, and traffic was horrible, just horrible. It was ridiculous. And so yeah, so that one was kind of frustrating, but I slept most of the way. Luckily, my brother-in-law does all the driving. So yeah, S&R. Yep. Yeah, it's they used a plus sign, but yeah, I have no idea what it stands for. But all this time, my wife was telling me about it. I thought it was SNR, but when we pulled up and I saw it was S+R, I'm like, oh, now I get it. So yeah, that was kind of one of those light bulb moments, you know. Boop. Yeah, that was funny.
Warp drive active.
All right, let's warp to here. So, G-Man, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, it's kind of the Filipino equivalent of Costco. So it had quite a few American products. We were able to get Lay's potato chips, which we have not found here anywhere else. But they didn't have any pretzels, which I was really surprised. I've been looking for pretzels since I'm doing a lot of sweating here, since it's always 95 to 100 degrees. I wanted to replenish some of my salt. Luckily, they cook with a lot of salt, so it's probably not a problem, but I didn't want it to get too bad. And so yeah, I was looking to replenish some of my salt, and it was funny because it was like I thought I'd get some pretzels. I love pretzels just to snack on, and we have not been able to find pretzels anywhere, which is just strange. I guess it's just not a Filipino snack. And so I thought, okay, well, maybe S&R will have it. And So they did have some pretzels. They were not American pretzels. I'm not sure. I think they're from like Middle East. I haven't tried them yet, but we did pick them up to see if they were going to cut the bill. So, but yeah, it was interesting because I was a little shocked that I couldn't get pretzels. I was like, surely there's got to be some pretzels around here somewhere. So it's amazing. I am approaching this asteroid, but there are no others that are even close. So we're going to have to fly somewhere else. Okay, that's fine. All right. We want Billy. Yeah, you guys are watching Falstaff while I'm working in the background. Sorry about that. Trying to make sure I don't get Kragan killed. He's got rats, and he's got several rats. So it does seem to be. Oop, that was a mining drone. I don't want the mining drone. Come on. All right, there we go. Will you get mad if I say real? Real? No.
Docking request accepted.
I don't get it. Real? There's not. It's very difficult to make me mad. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that. My wife does it all the time, but yeah. So, but the and if you steal my relic sites after I scanned for 4 hours and finally found a relic site, and you come and steal my relic site, that really hacks me off pretty quick. But other than that, that's probably about it. So I'm pretty even keeled. So, but thanks for being here, G-Man. I appreciate it. So yeah, you pretty much get away with anything in here. So I've actually had a few that have put to the test the whole ask me anything stuff. So that's been interesting. All right. All right, cool. All right. And let's lock these up so we can get our other drone out. We'll get our salvage drone out. Actually, so let's call these guys back. And then we'll launch our salvage drone. We can clean up my mess. So, but yeah, you're good. So we're mining. About halfway. Yeah, about halfway. Yep. But yeah. So they had quite a few American products. Coke, which I was really surprised. Coca-Cola had cheaper than anywhere else, and actually cheaper than I can get in America, which was actually, I mean, it was less than $1, 2 liter, which I haven't been able to get in America for quite a while. Sardonic, thanks for the, I think I'm pronouncing it right, but correct me if I'm wrong, but thanks for the follow. So I'm coming in here late. No worries, Lateral Edge, you're all good. So talking about the Filipino equivalent of Costco. So yeah. So I'm originally from Kansas City. My wife and I retired, and she's from the Philippines. So we moved to the Philippines. We've been here about a month, and so it's called S&R. S&R. I always thought it was SNR. It's SNR. So yeah. But it's like the Filipino equivalent of Costco. And so, the membership is way less than Costco. I think it was like $5 a year. The equivalent, which everything here is cheaper. So, Yes, cost of living in the Philippines is very cheap, which is why I was able to retire at 57 rather than, slaving it out for another 10 to 12 years. So, yeah. So it was well worth it. I definitely recommend it to everyone else. You just got to be able to deal with the heat because it is hot here every day, 95 to 100. So it's even cheaper when you cheat your way out of paying your electric because you accidentally blew the meter. That's another one. So my meter burned out. And the electric company, I guess, didn't notice it burned out until they came to read it. And then because they couldn't charge us, they didn't charge us anything. So we got electric free for the month, which was kind of nice. Of course, now we have a nice brand new meter. So we probably aren't going to get away with that again. But yeah, so that one also helped. That helped a lot. Thanks, Mana. What are some cultural shocks? Not being able to drink water from the tap. Yeah. Well, and actually, so with that said, we have filters on. So we're in a rental right now. We're actually building a house, and so we're in a rental right now. But we put in a filtration system on the rental. We actually worked with the landlord and got a filtration system put in, and that made a huge difference for the water. I probably still wouldn't drink it, but I'm not as worried about approach. I think I could figure that out. I'm not as worried about brushing my teeth or anything like that. So they're on to you now, Mr. Bond. Yeah, they brought out a shiny new meter, and they're not letting me get away with that one. So yeah, it's probably right. Well, and it's weird because they told us they were going to charge us the minimum for whatever bills we had in the past. So our first bill was 40 pesos. That was January. That's less than $1. And the second bill was 450 pesos, which is less than $10. And so then they decided, you know what, we're going to lose way too much money. So we're going to wait till your May is all done, and then we're going to average May in with January and February, and then February and March. And so then we'll call it even. And I said, okay. I was like, whatever you guys decide is fine by me. I mean, but yeah. So less than $1 for the first month. Now there wasn't anything running here. We weren't here. Yeah, we've been renting the place since January, and so yeah. So from that perspective, we weren't here, so there wasn't any electric really being used. So, and then the second month, so February. So we rented the place in January. Our first bill was in February. That was the 40 pesos. And then the second bill was March, where some of my in-laws were staying here, and we actually had the air conditioners installed, and they tested them out, and the internet, and so that's where it was 450 pesos. But even then, that's less than $10. So we were expecting it to be somewhere around the $200 range. So $10 was a huge one. So yeah. So probably in May it'll be $200, and then they'll average that with the $1 and the $10, and we'll end up with whatever. So retired in '96 from the Navy. Excellent. One of the excellent things, it still gives a pension, so that's all good. Military. So I have more than that in my pocket, and I haven't been to PI in forever. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. Once you get it, you really don't get rid of it. So, but yeah, so okay, let me do the manufacturer here. So, what was I doing with Falstaff? Okay, so we're doing this. You guys are watching Falstaff while I'm messing with. Stop it. I don't know why it won't let me put both. Heaven forbid. Just tell me what you can do and leave the rest. Heaven forbid. But yeah, I'm going to switch you guys over to Kragan because he's a little more interesting at the moment. So, but yeah, I had him do the mining, And so now I'm going to do the manufacturer. So I already have them queued up. So this is the secret to doing the events, is so you keep them queued up. So I have all 8 jobs already going. One's only got 16 minutes left. I only had 8 blueprints. So, and then you can just deliver them when you get the thing. Claim the reward. And then I got to sell one. So I already have one on the market for myself that I put up. I'll just go ahead and buy it. Buy it from myself, which completes that one. And then it'll ask me to manufacture 2 more, which I already have queued up. So I'll just deliver these and claim that one. And then it's going to ask me to mine some more. So now I'm going to go ahead and continue mining. Now I need to find another one. So actually, let's approach these. So, yes, you can sell to yourself. So yes, so I didn't realize that. I was actually buying them with my alt, which still worked. But yes, one of my viewers had mentioned you can buy them yourself, so that makes a big one. So they flew me home for the Navy, the air base there. Cool, cool. Excellent, EveTare. Thank you for your service. Appreciate it. So I set it to 100 and then buy it back. Yep. Yeah, see, I just set it to whatever the going rate is, so that way probably nobody else will buy it, because normally they would buy it when I'm not ready. And so this way I can save it until I'm ready. And so Naval Air Station QB Point was my last visit. Excellent, excellent. Yeah, a lot of them talk about Subic Bay, and trying to think of what the other one is. But yeah, Subic Bay is a big conversation one here. We're hoping to get back in there. And of course, I targeted the wrong one, so let's untarget this one. Should have tried to see if I had one that was close enough. Okay, stop. Yeah, of course. Now my cap is empty. So, but yeah, I love diving there. Yeah, so I actually, so that's a funny story. I actually had a German diving instructor that I went and saw in not Batangas. Batangas is where we're living. In crap, why can't I think of the name? I tell you, some days it's a wonder I get out of bed. It really is. Baraki. So yeah, so I went to Baraki and I met a German diving instructor, and he actually gave me all the way through level 2 diving certification for way less than I would have spent in America. He was actually going to give me, he was going to give me level 2. I got through level 1. He was going to give me level 2 super cheap. And I got so much sunburn on my feet from the day I did the level 1 that I couldn't get the flippers back on. And so, yeah, but yeah, I'm planning on going and getting my dive master cert while we're here. That's one of the things I'm planning on doing. So, yeah, but yeah, I got some sunburn so bad. It was funny. We had to drive out for probably over an hour on the boat to get into a nice spot. It was fantastic. I was just super excited. But when we were coming back, he said, you probably want to undo your wetsuit and take off your flippers, otherwise you won't get them off when they dry. So I took off my flippers and undid my wetsuit, and I had the brightest red V on my chest from the wetsuit where it was open, and the tops of my feet burned so bad from the hour drive back, and never even thought about it. So yeah, so I was gonna go the next day to get the level 2 certification, and I couldn't even get the flippers on. So I was like, I said I'll come back later. So I'm hoping he's still there. That was several years ago, and so but he was dating a Filipina, and so he was planning on staying. So I'm pretty sure he's probably still around. But Singapore. Yep. Yeah, the sun here is brutal. So that's one I've had to keep an eye on so I don't get myself in trouble. But so yes, blue gray, it's S as in Sam and R. Yep. So yeah, I thought it was S as in Sam, N as in night, and R as in Ron, but it's actually S and R. So, but rest of me was conditioned to the PI sign. Yeah, so I'm starting to get there. I think I'm getting a little bit of sun, but I don't get out very often. I take the dog out, and that's about it. I'm streaming during the some of the hottest part of the day, so I'm usually streaming till about 1:30 in the afternoon, which is starting to kind of tone down at that point. And it's really nice because I get up. I think I got up at 5 o'clock this morning to talk to my daughter, and that was really nice because it was just beautiful at 5 o'clock, so 5 a.m. And so, but yeah, it's I'm loving it. I'm loving the retirement. I'm loving not worrying about work, which I really used to worry about work a lot. But I'm also loving the being here in the Philippines. So my wife is super excited to be back with her family. So yeah, she's been in America for 18 years. We came back in the beginning. We came back every 2 years, so she could see her family. I brought her over as a fiance to America, and then we got married we had 90 days to get married. We got married in 10. Actually 8, to be honest. She got there on the 10th. We were married on the 18th, which our anniversary is next week. So actually a week from yesterday. And so our 18-year anniversary. And so yeah, so we got married in 8, and then she got her green card, and then she became a citizen of the United States, and then she became a dual citizen of the Philippines again. She swapped back. And so yeah, so we had always planned that when we retired we would move here to the Philippines. I just never thought it would happen. And so finally, I had a financial planner that I went to church with, good guy, and he was always checking my stuff out, and he said, "Yeah, you're good. You can go anytime you want." And so we pulled the trigger, and we're here, and we're loving it. Like I said, she's happy to be home with her family. And I'm happy to not be working anymore, to be perfectly honest. So, all right, so that takes care of that one. Now let's deliver this one and deliver this one. That'll get me 2 more. All right. And I got to wait on this last one to finish, but now I can sell. So I actually have to sell this time, so I'll grab this guy. And what I do is I just keep selling the same ones. So I'll say sell. I have 2 of them sitting there. So I'll put them both on the market for whatever the going rate is. And then I'll buy one back. Voila. And then, yeah, like I said, I've got one here, but I've got to wait 7 minutes for this other one. And then that'll complete that one, and then I'll have another mining one. But yeah, hacker. Yeah, yeah. But now I've got to go find some more blueprints. So, because that's the last of my blueprints. So, I am completely out. So yeah, so we'll wait till this one's done, and then we'll claim it, and then I'll mine the next set, and then I'll go do some scanning in order to get some more blueprints. But it looks like I got 2 more levels. So I got the drifter sweeps, and then I'm super close to the mackerel. So yeah, so I'm not doing too bad. We're getting close. Yeah, I think I was at 950, so that's got me like 200 points, just that little cycle. So yeah, so I can usually do 200 to 300 at a pop if I load up all the blueprints. The problem is having the blueprints to be able to load them up is the key. So yeah, I got the Plex earlier, and then Falstaff, he's like 25 points away from getting his completed. And Alright, where are we at? Alright, so I'm headed back to Eupheme. Okay, just trying to figure out what I'm doing with Falstaff, but never a dull moment. Sorry about that, lost my train of thought. But yes, I did already get the Plex on both accounts. Like I said, Falstaff, he's only 25 points, I think, from being done the whole thing. So I want to get the crate and see how it works out. Yeah. Yeah, no, it actually worked out. I worked out a lot of the bugs with Falstaff when I was doing his, and I actually had him all the way to the end, and then they raised it by another 700 points. But yeah, I think that's what it says. It's 5 days, either 5 or 4. 4 days remaining. Yep. Yeah, 4 days remaining. So yeah, so what I'll do once this one's done, I'll complete it, and then we'll move on to the next one. So yeah, so because I can mine again, and then that'll start the whole cycle back up again. So, but yeah, I gotta find some more blueprints. So I'll do a mining one, and then I'll go out and start looking for blueprints. So, but yeah, that's the time-consuming part. So that's a time-consuming part. So. Zero, I don't know if you're still on. I think you're streaming now, so you're probably not. But I was going to say, if you want, you can contract those to me, and I will definitely pick them up. And like I said, I'm more than willing to pay you $3 million each. So that's what I was offering. So yeah. So for those blueprints. So yes, if anybody else has blueprints that they're not going to use, I don't want to take the ones that you're using. But if you have blueprints that you're not going to use, by all means, I will happily take them off your hands. And buy them. Like I said, I'll buy them for $3 million a piece. It's got to be the ones for the event. And so if you want to just contract them to me at $3 million, I don't care where they are. I'll be more than happy to pick them up. That's not a problem. And all right, let me go pick up this last load. I should be able to do that in 8 minutes. But yeah, but yeah, 4 days. It looks like 4 days left is what it says. So I should be okay. Part of it comes down to the luck of finding the relic sites or buying. I haven't checked the market. I checked it the other day. But you got to check the contract market to see. I got one that's assigned to me. Okay, that's weird. Damage control includes cloaking. Okay, cool. So that's one that I think I already got. Yeah, I already picked that one up. So why is it still saying? Yeah, it shows I already picked it up. So why is it still there? I don't know. Yeah, so there's 1 million. That's 14 jumps. That's not too bad. But that's just one. So 1 million, that's actually lower than I was paying. 2.7 for one. 3 million for one. 3 million for one. So actually that's not too bad. I don't want to do it for one. I want, 10 to 15. So yeah, so 5 million, that's 5.5 million for one in JITA, which has been the going rate between 5 and 10 million. So, which is ridiculous. So here's 2 for 5 million. So that's 2.5 each. That's lower than what I was doing. So But yeah, the multiple items. This is 8 million for two, so that's 4 million each. Yeah, that's too high. Here's 9 million for two. That's 4.5 each. So yeah, that saves you a little bit. But here's 12 million in a MAR. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's not too bad. That's about 2.25 each. So that's not a bad one. Probably accept that one. I can't accept it unless I'm in a MAR, so that won't work. But that's 38 jumps away. Yeah. So then there's 12 million for four, which is what, 3 million each. So yeah. So that's still what I was willing to pay. So there's 13 million for three. So yeah, they're all over the place. All over the place. 14 million for two. That's 7 million a piece. 15 million for three. That's 5 million a piece. So yeah, so kind of ridiculous. Yeah, so that's a Bantam, so that's not giving me what I want. No, that's got a whole bunch of other blueprints in there that I don't want. So yeah, so if any of you want to, send you some. Okay, thanks, Respin. Yeah, if any of you want to, like I said, put it out there. Legomaniax, good to see you. So, salesmanx, I just started playing again. Haven't played since 2016. Did the air stuff? Now what? Yeah, so the air stuff is great. That actually shows you and teaches you a bunch of stuff. So, you can also do the starting jobs. So, in the air, if you go out here to the air career program, did you do all of those? Let me deliver this. Claim that. That'll give me the mining one back. So let me go ahead and mine these guys. Then I can talk. I can't talk and click at the same time. Yeah. So the air stuff here, there's a whole bunch of them. No, that's not the one I'm looking for. The air stuff here. Sorry. So yeah. So here, there's a whole bunch of them. This is distribution missions. I don't know how I get back to the air career program here. So this is commodities. I want to get back to the regular. Here we go. Yeah, so here when you're doing it, there's a whole bunch. So you got the market, the salvage, the refining, manufacturing, all of these. This is career agents for the industrialist. And if you go back here, you've got these four. You can pretty much do all of them for all of these. Now, I don't suggest doing them all. Salesmanx, thanks for the follow. But you can kind of mess with which ones you want to specialize in, because they will actually help you out a lot, and they give you a whole bunch of things that kind of contribute towards it. So that's kind of nice. So is air the new tutorial, or is there still a tutorial? So there is a tutorial, but it's very limited. So the air is kind of the new extended tutorial. So Lego, good to see ya. The weekend was great. We went shopping at the Filipino equivalent of Costco, so called S&R, and it was interesting. So yeah, but yeah, salesmanx. Any questions you have, feel free. I have on my thing, ask me anything, and I have had people literally ask me anything. There is no question I won't answer. Tutorial short linear narrative bit at the beginning that you can skip. Yep. So yes, you also have the daily task, which is thanks EveTare. These daily tasks, if you look in your opportunities under all, you have these daily tasks, which I do because they give you every day. If you do 2 of them or more, you get money for doing each one, and you also, if you do 2 or more, you get your little piece of the pie, and so and 10,000 skill points. And so when you get the piece of the pie, you get 10,000 skill points. Can never go wrong with 10,000 skill points. And then once you get all the way, if you do it 12 times, you get here, you'll get 225,000 skill points, which is the kind of thing. So my race, I think, okay, so this is Kragan, so this is my alt. I have no idea, to be perfectly honest. Yeah, I have no idea. And I don't know where it even shows it anymore. Because it's been so long since I signed up for him. So he's Caldari, so that's what that says, Caldari. I think all my guys might be Caldari, to be honest. So, but yeah, career agent system and do the scan 5. Yep. Yeah, the scan 5 is always good. That'll help you get your scanning skills down for doing other stuff. And so that's always nice. And so, yeah, I usually do whichever ones are easiest, which today was the mining and the 50 points. If you have alts, you can actually fleet up with your alt. So right now I'm multi-boxing. What you're watching is my alt. If we switch over here, this is my main, who's sitting out here in the middle of space, not doing anything like a moron, which is kind of his specialty. So I need to dock. But yeah, so this is my main. He's been around. So Eve went live on Memorial Day weekend 2003. And so he was born September of 2003. So he's been around pretty much the whole time Eve's been around. So minus 4 months, 4 or 5 months. So 4 months. So yeah, I think Memorial Day was 5/25. And so he was born 9/23. So yes, you can also buy him with Evermarks, which is another thing you can do with the on the opportunity screen. Once you get some Evermarks, when you click on them, you can actually say buy. And it only lets you buy up until you get the 10,000 points. Once you have the 10,000 points, it won't let you buy anymore. So, but like here, I'm going to scan in a few minutes, and that will cause this one to be completed, and then I'll still get the money and stuff for it. I won't get another 10,000 points, but I will get some of them. So Empire and race are often used to mean the same thing. Yep. Darth Raban, good to see you, buddy. Character description, maybe. Yep. You can also buy completion with Evermarks. Yep. Races there. Empire and also a race. Don't remember how to see the race. Yeah, the race. Yeah, I don't remember either. So yeah, Caldari is what he is. Show info. Bio. Description. Severe. So that's what he is. So I think that's the race. And then if we go over back over to Kragan, swap. Yeah, he's Aditas. So yeah, so I think that's a little bit different. So they're the leaders of Caldari. They're both Caldari. But yeah, he's Aditas and Falstaff is Severe, which is the aggression guys. The Aditas are the leadership. So I don't, like I said, it's been so long since both of them were created. I have no idea what I selected, to be perfectly honest. So, all right, let me get the last of this ore here and get it back over there. So, yeah. Yeah, so no, each end of 3 races or tribes. Yep, that's it. So yeah, Falstaff is Aditas, or excuse me, Severe. And then Kragan is Aditas. So, and I don't know what the third one is. So, yep. Yeah, I think that's what I did. I think one of my other alts is the third one for Caldari, and then I think I just repeated them because I don't think I've got 3 on Falstaff's account. This account here. Sorry, I had you guys on the wrong one. So I've got 3 characters on this account, and then I've got only 1 character on Kragan's account. So I've been thinking about creating another one over there, but I I wouldn't know what to make them. I'd probably have to make them something Amar or one of the others because I don't think I have any of those. So I think all of mine are Caldari, to be honest. All 5 of them. So all right. So we got some contracts. So there's 2. So Infinity. Let me send you here. There's another one. So let me give you 9 for this one. I should have just checked and see how many you sent me and then sent it to you all at once. All right. Yeah, there's another 9. So I owe you for 3. Oof, there's a good one. Bootleg. So he actually did send them. All right, cool. Yeah, he's got a bunch of them. So yeah, this should definitely carry me through. So, but yeah. So he did send them. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, let me count those up. So let me send all right. And now what's he got in here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 16, 17, 22, 23, 31, 32, 33, 34, 40, 41, 42, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 60, 61, 65, 66, 66. 66 times 3. What the heck's that come out to? I started Galente Federation, but I'm also Galente versus Intine and J-Mail. Yep. Amar tend to have droopy faces. Minimar have strong, pronounced features. The others are more subtle. Yep. No, it's okay, buddy. I appreciate it. Yeah, scan in 5 clicks. Yep, yep. Yep. 66. So 66 times 3. Let me bring up my calculator so that I don't screw them. $66 times 3 million. All right, 198. So I'm just going to round it off to 200. So yeah, so. All right. All right, so yeah, so I'll go pick these up. This will definitely carry me through. So let's jump to, we're in Ufine, right? Okay, so let's dock. I got to quit losing my train of thought. Your accountant is showing. Yes, I'm definitely a 10 key guy. So yeah, so those of you who haven't heard my history, I started as a math major in college in the late 80s because math came very easy to me. After changing my major, I think 3, maybe 4 times, I finally graduated on the 5-year plan with a degree in computer science with a minor in accounting so that I could graduate. My whole 5th year was all accounting classes so that I could graduate. And because I didn't have enough credits. And so, yeah, my first job was an accountant. And so, accounts payable tech. So, before I finally got my first computer programming job. So yeah, so sometimes my accountant shows. Sorry about that. But all right, so let's do this. Since we need to, let me switch to the Astero. All right, and let's see where these guys are. All right. Bum, 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 bum. So they're in Amar. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right. So let's go and get those guys. Yep, yep, yep. All right. So let's set destination for Amar. And actually, oh, we got a lawless one. I don't want a lawless one. I'm pretty sure I'm on ISEC. Let's go with shorter. So it's 38 if I do that, 17 if I go through low sec. All right, so let's check the jump one. Hey, Blue Gray, thanks again. I'll get that contract up for the Helios for you, bud. Sorry about that. I got to get back to Ventolin to give it so because they're stacked on top of each other. Otherwise, I'll have to give you all 4. So, which I'm sure you wouldn't mind, but Abazin is always camped. Yeah, and I don't see that one's not in here. Maybe that's Abazin. Nope. Yeah, so it doesn't look like Abazin there. 17 jumps. That's not bad at all. But yeah, I'm gonna check the Zero. Thanks for those blueprints, man. I sent you what I had planned to pay for them. So put it to good use. So that lawless system has been that way for a while now. Yeah. But yeah, let me check the gate camp, guys, so that I don't get myself into trouble. So let's duplicate. I want to keep my one that I always use. And we're in Ufine. And we're going to Amar. And we are doing the shortest method. So that says, come on. Come on, you can do it. Oof. Did my internet cut out? Well, I do have some drop frames, but not at the moment. That's weird. I don't know why my thing is not working. All right, so that worked. Ufine. I probably didn't click on Ufine. It's probably what the problem is. Which is why it won't do it. Which is just stupid. Tell me that. All right, 17 jumps. So it shows there are quite a few gate kills in Sisti and Hula. So that's a little rough, but that's still... This one actually shows me going into another one. Cut through Ideron. You should only have to go through 3 low-sec systems. All right. So let's say set destination. All right, and then... All right, and then from there, add a waypoint for Amar. No, that actually takes me further. So yeah. Yeah, that brings it up to 26. Yeah. So yeah, so if I go back to just doing Amar, should have just did this one. It does have Sisti shows that it's got a bunch. Let me see what they look like. The kill board shows the last kill was at, man, it's taking forever to load. 353. So that was almost, yeah. So that was almost an hour ago. So they're probably not around anymore. And it was at the Azure gate, which I'm not going through. And this one was at the O'Tleen gate, which I am going through. So that one, let me check. That one was at 4:23, which was about 20 minutes ago. So they could still be there. But yeah, that's interesting. We'd probably be fine. We'd probably be fine, right? Famous last words, right? Famous last words. So the lawless system has been that way for a while. Abaddon is safe. I can confirm. Just went through. Thanks, BunjaGas. Appreciate it. It's not usually camped this time of night. Yeah, that's where usually it's the other ones. But yeah, Abaddon's not one that I'm actually going through for some reason. So that's kind of weird. So yeah. So what's the fitting on this one? No info. No fitting. Okay, cool. Oh, he's got rigs on it. Cool, cool, cool. All right. So yeah, so let's do that. Then 12 to Amar from there. So that's how I got over to you that night with FOB stuff. So yeah, it's weird because it doesn't show that way. It shows Iteron is 14. And then it shows it's another 25 from there to Amar. So that's kind of weird. I don't know why. So yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I don't know why it's showing that. So because when I add a waypoint to Amar from there. Oh no, it's 12 from there. So that's adding 26. Yep, that'll work. Yep, that'll work. Yeah, so that I'll do that one. That's only 3. Let me check that one on the gate campsite. Whoops. So Eufine. IDERION. And then Amar. Yeah, let's see what this one says. Yeah, that shows no gate camps whatsoever. So that's a good one. Thank you for that. All right.
Warp drive active.
Yeah, so. So yeah, so that'll work. Thanks, Respin. Appreciate it. So we're leaving at 12:48. I got 45 minutes, actually about 55 minutes left in the stream. So we should be able to get there and get back. Like I said, this Astero flies like the wind. So except for a few nights ago when I wanted to take my freighter through and spent nearly 9 hours watching EF Alpha and his idiot alt set on the gate. Yeah, I hate that. I hate that. Yeah, that's why I usually use the blockade runners. Like I said, I have never, knock on wood, I have never lost a blockade runner at a gate camp. I have always gotten through the gate camp. I have lost several blockade runners to other stupid things, but never a gate camp. So, and that's when one that actually was using smart bombs. I barely got away from that one because of the smart bombs. But I blame goons for killing our safe route between the hubs. Yeah, well, that's why they camp them. Is because you get some people that are actually hauling some very expensive stuff between the hubs, with good reason. So yeah. So from that perspective, it makes a big thing. So yeah. But yeah. So So yeah, we'll see how fast we can do this one. See if I can get there and get back, which would be great. Yeah, so this should definitely be enough blueprints for me to cover the rest of this
Active.
without a problem. So thank you guys, appreciate it. And like I said, Falstaff flies like the wind. So actually, Kragen's still out here mining. So actually, he probably filled up. So nope, he's still mining. What a moron. Let's jump to a max. There we go. So, bay. I don't know which bay you mean. And Losec, yes, I am. I'm heading through Losec caviar. At least a couple. Bay acts like Losec due to stage 5 corruption. There you go. Yeah, there was one when I just was looking at going to Amar directly from Ufine. It showed going through one of the lawless ones, which I've never actually gone through one of those. So I don't know what it's like. They've always scared me away. So I went through there today in a violator. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is Stero. It flies like the wind, and I've got my covert ops on here, so I shouldn't have any problems. I can't believe that battery is still charging. My goodness. The drone only runs for like 20 minutes on it, but it takes, looks like 5 or 6 hours to charge. So Lawless is like null. Okay. Just like nullsec, they can do anything. Yep. And they can put up bubbles. Yeah, it's rough. It's more nullsec than lowsec. Okay, cool. No lawless lowsec is under null rules. Okay. Yeah. So do they show up in local? Because that's the other one. And if I can see who's in local, at least that makes me feel a little bit better. So haters gonna hate. Yep, haters gonna hate. Actually, breadbrix, thanks for being here. Yeah, haters definitely gonna hate. So yes, local still works. That makes me feel a little bit better. Doesn't always work out, but at least it makes me feel better. So then I can see who's killing me before they kill me. So yeah. So also, not all my alts are idiots. Only the orange ones. Only the orange ones. Only the orange ones. There you go. Actually, I'm pretty sure all my alts are idiots, but yeah. So because they're all run by the same guy, which is me, so that makes them all idiots. So I let Alliance to keep an eye for you. There you go. Thanks, bud. Yeah, this thing moves like the wind, so they tell them not to blink or they're gonna miss me. So I love this ship. This is maybe my new favorite. I can just figure out how to be able to carry something in it. It's great for carrying blueprints, but other than that, I don't even think it'll hold a blueprint can. So yeah. It's got no cargo space to speak of. So Dark Purple Moon, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Now, Marquis Dragon undocked a freighter in Bay and didn't notice and was expecting Concorde to show, but got bumped off the station after drifting out of docking range. Yeah. Yeah, that's not going to happen.
Warp drive active.
Hopefully it was worth their while. Hopefully it was worth their while. So... my violator with the covert ops cloak. Yep, that's where, yeah, that's what, anytime I'm flying through those, I want to have my covert ops cloak. So then the only thing you really got to worry about is the bubbles. So right at 3-second warp. There you go. That's pretty good. He can afford to lose a few freighters and not notice. Yeah, he probably can. He's got more money and he knows what to spend. So that's a bad one when you're not paying attention. It really sucks. So. All right. I have a real life wife in game. There you go. Well, that sucks. Like I said, I'm very thankful. In some days, I'm very thankful my wife's not a gamer because I'm not sure I could afford 2 rigs for what that because I'm definitely not letting her share mine. But yeah, but having a wife that enjoyed gaming would make it a little easier sometimes since I'm always getting grief for spending time with my game and not with her. So, but she brought a jump freighter in game for Valentine's Day. There you go. Jump freighter makes it a little bit easier to get to where you need to be. Though the fuel is expensive, but well worth it. All right, starting my low sec run. Nobody in local. Nobody in local. Just the way I like low sec to be. Nobody in local. Nobody in local. That's definitely how I prefer my low sec. But Valentine's Day, she brought me a jump freighter for Valentine's Day. That's pretty cool. That's a pretty good gift. Yeah, I don't want to share my gaming station with anybody, so or my office. She has a tendency, my wife especially has a tendency to move things and then not tell me where she moved it, which is really frustrating. Very frustrating. So that's one that I always have to deal with. So a jump freighter is like a sports car. If you can afford it, you aren't worried about the price of gas. There you go. So my dad asked somebody once who had a Hummer years and years ago. My dad's been passed now for probably about 10 years. But prior to him passing, he saw some guy with a Hummer, and he asked the guy, he says, what kind of gas mileage do you get in that thing? And he said, if you can afford a Hummer, you don't give a damn about gas mileage. Like, yeah, that's probably true. Ironically, we've seen a couple Hummers here in the Philippines, which is kind of strange. So, but yeah. She's one day older than me. It's her fault. There you go. I build everything in the game, so whatever she wants, she gets. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I probably was at H1. I love that my wife and both kids play Eve with me. It's nice having an army of independent alts. There you go. There you go. You got your own mining fleet. So there you go. Yeah, got your own mining fleet. That works out well. So low sec was uneventful. Come on, jump. Though I ended up at the last gate, not getting close enough, which is kind of weird. I haven't had that happen in a long time. All right, so let's set this. Remove waypoint. Set destination. There we go. So we're actually going through this one, so we'll stop there and pick those up probably on the way back. So there we go. But yeah, that won't let me do that. So what are you doing? Oh, it's not doing anything.
Warp drive active.
There we go. It's great to be retired. Wife and 4 sons accounts. There you go. Yep, I like being retired too. I use them all for industry. There you go. Yep. Yeah, I like being retired too. I definitely don't know what I did before. So how I survived. Retirement is the awesome. I should have did this 20 years ago. So I log in, check industry, mine, deliver, and do more. There you go. Yeah, that'd be pretty good from a daily perspective as well. You really clean up, so. I'd love to get out of the States. How's the call there with your previous U.S. salary savings? So, COL. I don't know what your cost of living. Okay. So yes. So I'm living off of my 401k. So I'm too young to get Social Security. So I'm only 57. I was able to retire at 57. My wife is 59. She's actually older than me, which is rare among American Filipino couples. In fact, it caused some problems when I brought her over as a fiance because they assumed something was wrong since it said she was older. But yeah, the we're surviving. I think I estimated about $2,000 a month is what I was gonna allot, and we are way below that.
Active.
Um, and that's with already paying. We pay her brother to drive us around and to do all the bunch of stuff at the house. We're paying him a pretty good salary, way above the going market rate, just to help him out. And yeah, and we're still way below the 2,000 a month. So yeah, we're doing really well. Like I said, right now we're renting. We are going to be building a house. We have land and we had a house designed. We're just trying to get the paperwork finalized and get that started, choose a contractor. But once we build, it'll go way less as well. So, but yes, 2K a month for rent, food, utilities, everything. So we're way below that. So yeah, and that's probably a quarter of what I lived on in America, in Kansas City, which is one of the lower cost of living areas. Kansas City is considered one of the lower cost of living areas. Not as low as Tennessee or a couple of the others, but definitely very low, the lowest in the Midwest. So, and definitely I grew up in Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia, and moved to Kansas City in early 2000s, 2001, 2002, I think. And actually, no, it might have been before that. Yeah, I think it was before 2000. Now that I think about it, yes, it was before 2000. Because I started with the bank in 2000, and I was already there 2 or 3 years. I was already there 5 years before that. Yeah, my son was born in '98, and he was born in Kansas City. So a place called Coatesville, little steel mining town where all the steel mines have closed down. It's known mostly now for its drugs. It's considered one of the drug capitals of Pennsylvania. So Norristown, excellent. Yep, you're closer to Philly than I was. I was about an hour from Philly, so almost directly halfway between Philly and Harrisburg. So, but yeah, I enjoyed growing up in Pennsylvania. It really taught me a lot of life values, and so. But yeah, when I got the chance, so that I lived after Pennsylvania, I moved to Virginia. Lived in Virginia for several years. That's where I got married to my first wife. And then we moved to Columbia, Maryland. That's where I got my first computer job. And that's why we moved there, because I got a job there with a computer company. And then from there, we moved to Kansas City. I started working for the Department of Defense. I lasted with them about 8 months before I decided that government inefficiency was not my thing, and I didn't want to be part of it. So, but yeah, I got another job in Kansas City, and I loved Kansas City. I loved Kansas City as much as I'm loving the Philippines. So yeah, Kansas City. I considered Kansas City home. Once I moved there, it was perfect. So. Went to Penn State, enlisted there. First wife was from another end of the state, Pitt area. Yep. I have family outside of Pittsburgh, I still have family outside of Pittsburgh. My uncle, they're passed. Uncle and aunt are all passed, but all my nieces, all my cousins are still in that area. So, Leechburg. And so, yeah. But yeah, the good old days. I went to school in upstate Pennsylvania, near Penn State. So I went to school at Lock Haven, which was next door to Penn State, because I was cheap, and so. But yeah, I got a degree from Lock Haven, which fared me well. So, and it was cost effective. I think I paid $1,500 a semester, which is unheard of today. So yeah, I think my whole college career for 5 years was less than $10,000. So yeah, so my first campus was McKeesport. There you go. Yep. Colita, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. So yeah, small world, small world. So yeah, that's awesome. But yeah, whole family is from Pitt, but I've only been there once. Yep. Yeah, it's a beautiful area. That whole Allegheny River Valley is just awesome. So, Hippo Jacks, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. But yeah, so we're loving. So yeah, like I said, my wife. I brought my wife over as a fiance, and she was in the States for 18 years. She got her U.S. citizenship and completed all those things, and so now we're back in her homeland. So she's actually super excited. She was never completely comfortable in America temperature wise, and now I see why. Because it has not gotten below 95 during the day here a single day. And so we had a couple in Kansas City. We had a couple 100-degree summers, but it still wasn't 100 degrees like it is here. I mean, here it's brutal. So. But I'll get used to it. So I figured if she can struggle for 18 years with the cold, I can struggle for hopefully at least that long. If I got that many years left, hopefully at least that long with the heat. So problem with the heat is you can only take so much off before you start crossing society boundaries. And so when it's cold, you can always put more clothing on. So, which she did. She wore a parka in like March, she was always cold, but yeah, it worked out. We really lucked out. So, can you get Social Security while living expat? Yes, you can. Yep. The only requirement they have, so as long as I don't become a citizen to any other country, if I become a citizen to any other country and they're allied with America, they will notify America. And America will revoke my citizenship, and then I will not get my Social Security. So that was one I had originally checked into becoming a citizen of the Philippines, so that I wouldn't have to deal with any visas or any of that stuff. And that was a showstopper. And so so that was a big one. And then what was I saying? As long as I deposit it into an American bank account. So, yeah. So as being born in America, you cannot be dual citizen anywhere else. So, America will not allow it. So if you're born outside of America, you can be a dual citizen. But if you're born in America, you cannot be a dual citizen. America will not allow it. Once you become a citizen, and let me paraphrase that. If it's a country that is not allied with America and closely allied, you could probably become a citizen and they wouldn't notify America. And so then you might be able to. But yeah, if it's a country that's closely allied to America, which is pretty much everywhere other than the Middle East, then they will notify America. And as soon as America is notified, they will revoke your citizenship. So. Yeah, and it's happened to a couple people here in the Philippines that became citizens. So, yeah, pay those taxes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the one problem. If you were born in America, which I was, my wife was not. My wife is a dual citizen because the Philippines will always recognize her as a citizen no matter what oath she took to someone else. But yeah, in the case of the others, they do not allow it. America does not allow it, which is kind of a pain in the rear end, because that one really is frustrating. So, all right, so can we put that in there? Yep. All right, and then let's grab all of these. Excellent. Yeah, let's just grab them all. Select all. We should be able to put all that in there, right? Yeah. Excellent. All right. Yeah, so we got a couple ships here. We'll pick them up later. All righty. And I think I'm going to stop at another one on the way back, because I think I saw another one. Yeah, so this guy, Galente shuttle. Ah, there's one of my, maybe we should go ahead and do that. How much space do I got left in here? Oh, I still got quite a bit of space. Yeah, let's do that. Now, I'm going to kick myself for this, but... Alright, so that's Ideron. Iderion. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's set this one. So this is one of my... This is one of my research agents. So yeah, so I'm gonna check it out. So I pay those taxes on your Social Security. Yeah, hopefully that gets resolved as well. Rumor has it they're trying to work that out, but I've got 5 years before I can collect. So I'm not too worried about it at the moment. There is some question on whether I'll be able to apply for it here or whether I'll have to come home to apply for it, which I really don't want to do. So PI gone for another 3 days off to bed. Have a great stream. Thanks, Legomaniax. I appreciate it. Have a great couple days. Enjoy your sleep.
Warp drive active.
I think I need to leave something at Ideron so that I know it's there. That'll be my catch point. I'll put something there so that I always have it there. Yeah, see, this one's in low sec, so I don't think I want to go to it. But if we go to this one, we may as well cash in our cash in my points. So it's been, what I do with my research agents is I just let them sit and they generate points. And then once in a blue moon, I come out and I cash them all in and get the data cores and bring them back and use them for research or use them for invention. So, or sell them. I don't know which one I have here at Bavasi, but we'll find out here in a second. I don't get out here to Omar very often, so figure while I'm here, I may as well. And we made excellent time. So yeah, I think it only took us, what, less than 15 minutes to go, what, almost 30 jumps? So that's pretty good.
Warp drive active.
So yeah, so that's pretty good. So, but yeah, so Amitation, what I'm doing here is my wife will be sponsoring me as a permanent resident. So I'll get a permanent resident visa, which is how I'm getting around the visa problems. And so that's something we need to start working on now, because I think it takes about 8 months to get that approved. I have a year visa now because I'm married to her. And so, which is something that we recently discovered. I've been here 5, 6, 7 times, but I have never realized that we could get a year-long visa, and so that was kind of nice. So, but because I'm married to her, as long as we show our marriage certificate and it's been submitted with the Philippine agencies, then I can get a year visa, and so that's really saved a lot of stuff. So, all right, so let's buy, and it says 175. So let's buy the 175. I did my mandatory mission since I haven't been here forever. And we'll throw those babies in there. Excellent. So now I want to get ITER on, set destination. Right. But yeah, so that's one that we'll file for that. And then, yeah, once I get that, that'll actually give me one of the few IDs that I can have here in the Philippines as well. My permanent residency comes with a picture ID. So here to open a bank account, I need 3 picture IDs that have to be local. My driver's license, which I don't have yet, would be one. My permanent resident card, which I won't get for probably close to 2 years. It takes about 8 months to get it, and then your first year you don't get a card. It's not until your second year that you actually get a card with a picture on it. So yeah, so that's like a 2-year thing, and I don't have anything that I can do for a third one because there's nothing else here that would give me a picture. And actually, depending on the province, some of the provinces don't have a picture on the driver's license. So the plan is to have the wife. She has multiple local IDs from when she was here years and years ago, and so the plan is to have her solve some of that and get some of that. So we'll have to see how that works out. Yeah, it'd be nice to go get this one too. Set destination. Yeah, it's just over in low sec. Yeah, let's do that. Since we're here.
Drive active.
Actually, let me check my cargo. Oh yeah, I got plenty of space. Plenty of space. So yeah, but I'm hoping once she gets an account and she opens an account with her IDs that maybe I can be added with 1 or 2 IDs. You know, there's always a way to to work it out here in the Philippines. So yeah, so that's our hope. But if she has it, I don't care. We need a way to be able to send money here. And right now we send it through one of her family members, and so I want to try and quit bothering them, especially since they're in Manila. So we want to be able to send it to us, and then we have control of it. And so yeah, so that'll help drastically. So that's one I'm hoping we're going to work on this week. But today actually is a holiday here in the Philippines. It is election day. So they are electing all their governors and mayors and senators and congressmen today. And so, and this year, it wasn't normally a holiday, but this year, the new president from 3 years ago, he actually made it a holiday this year and hopefully going forward, because a lot of people travel back to their home province to vote because that's where they're registered. A lot of people live in Manila, send money home to the province. And so yeah, there's a lot of traveling. So yeah, 3 picture IDs does seem very excessive, especially since in America you can open a bank account online now with pretty much nothing, which is ridiculous. But yeah, here, like I said, they're about 50 years behind America on a lot of the infrastructure things and kind of that kind of stuff, identity theft stuff and that kind of stuff. So yeah, so they have their requirements are much higher. So, and I know several of the vloggers that we watch that live here in the Philippines that vlog regularly, make money from doing that. They don't have a bank account. They just send money to MoneyGram or Western Union or those kind of things, and that's how they do their transfers. And so, they charge way too much. So I'd rather send it right to my bank account, which saves me a lot of money. So, but yeah, so that's one we're trying to work out. But yeah, that it is a little excessive, especially when as an expat, I can't get 3 picture IDs that are local. They won't take my passport because it's not considered a local one, and so, which is kind of frustrating. It's like, okay, well, you let me in the country with it, so it should be considered one. And then in my case, I have a passport and I also have a passport card, which I was hoping I could use as 2, but they said, yeah, we won't even take your passport. It's got to be local ID. So But yeah, that's one of the other things. There's a couple things you can do in the barangay, which is kind of the town that you might be able to give you a picture ID. You know, if you do some kind of barangay volunteer work or things of that nature. And so yeah, so. But yeah, their Social Security here has a picture on it. You know, which our Social Security in America doesn't have a picture, but theirs here has a picture. So that's one of my wife's and some of the others. But yeah, it's kind of funny.
Active.
The differences in culture. So. But yeah, it's been interesting. Like I said, we've been really, my wife especially, has been really enjoying being closer to her family, kind of interacting with her family. She actually has a huge party planned for the end of this week for our, 18th wedding anniversary, where we're taking the whole family, even extended family, to a resort for the overnight. So we're going Saturday into Sunday. And we're going to do the resort thing and lots of food and lechon, which is the local where they roast the whole pig. And so yeah, so big. It's a big deal. She's super excited about that. So, and they're planning that all this week. But yeah, today's a holiday, election day, and so yeah, it's been kind of interesting because it. America still has not made election day a holiday, which is kind of funny. So
Warp drive active.
So that's weird. How'd you meet your wife? I actually met my wife online. So a buddy of mine is married to a Filipina. He lives up in South Dakota. Actually, him and I started playing Eve together.
Docking permission requested.
And he's married to a Filipina. And so when I was getting divorced, he's like, hey, you can't get a better wife than a Filipina. He said, you need to meet your Filipina. And so he gave me the chat room where he met his wife, which had been 5 years earlier. It had deteriorated considerably in the 5 years that they had been together. And so yeah, it was kind of interesting because it was like, yeah, it was really bad. But ironically, my wife had never been on a computer before. And so she was on the computer, and her nephew had heard of that chat room and had put her in that chat room so she could meet somebody. And so her and I met. She was the only one. I probably talked to 30 some women in one night there. And she was the only one I wanted to talk to again. The rest of them were all just looking to get to America any way possible, which was sad to say the least. And yeah, and so yeah, it was a interesting situation. So yeah, I called my buddy and said, hey, I wouldn't recommend that chat room to anybody else. It's pretty bad. So. Did I hear something about Filipinas? Yes, my wife is a Filipina, and we are currently living in the Philippines, retired and living in the Philippines. We've been here about a month. So, AwakenShogun, thanks for being here. I'm glad the shortcut worked out. Yes, thanks for that, Resman. It worked out perfect. In fact, I'm going to use it on the way back. So.
Warp drive active.
So hey, I'm from the Philippines. Excellent. Where you at? Whereabouts are you, AwakenShogun? I'm in Batangas, in San Juan, Batangas is where we're renting right now. We're actually building a house in Melda, Batangas. So, but yeah, so you're working for abroad. Yep, that's very common. But that's awesome. Yeah, my wife is from here. I brought her into America as a fiance 18 years ago. And so I told her that we would come home every 2 years so she could see her family. And when we retired, we would retire to the Philippines. I just never actually thought it would happen. So, and it did. So, actually worked out good. So, we're super excited. So yeah, so. But yeah. Oh, Calocan. Okay. Excellent. And Pampanga. Yep. Excellent. Yep. Both great places. Both great places. So yeah, we're like I said, we've only been here. I think actually today is the 12th. So yeah, so today we got here on the 11th of April. So today is just a month. So and so we left America on the 9th and arrived here very late on the 11th. So yeah, so like 3/4 of the women on cruise ships seem to be Filipino. Yep, yep. Seems like a huge opportunity, but feels exploitive. No, actually, a lot of the men are as well, because it's actually a great job for them, because it really helps them out. So if you need a house for investments, I suggest getting a lot of plots of land in Pampanga. A lot of investors are buying land there. Cool, appreciate that. Yep. Yeah, we own land in Imelda, Batangas, and that's where we're going to build. And so, yeah, we're super excited about that. We had an architect here in the Philippines already design our house, and yeah, we're super excited. So 184. All right. Got me some more data cores. Can't go wrong with data cores. All right, so let's go and let's head back to Iteron. Let's try to make sure we don't get blown up in here. Come on, come on. All right, cool, cool, cool. Nobody's there. But yeah, appreciate it. But yeah, we're super happy. We're really, and like I said, my wife is super happy to be home again. So she was never comfortable in America temperature-wise. So yeah, she's happy to be home. Of course, now she's hot here. So she was cold in America. Now she's hot here. So she has adjusted somewhat. So all right, EveTare, have a great night. I'm gonna be on probably another 10 to 20 minutes, and then I'm probably gonna turn all you guys over to somebody else. So I'll raid somebody so that it's all there. But that should give me enough time to get back to you fiend. So I'm gonna stop at one more Zimsy. Funny, cheetah's only 16 jumps. That seems strange. Yeah, got those all taken care of. Got all my data cores, so that even worked out even better. I wasn't planning on the data cores, but that worked out too. So, but yeah, we're super. Like I said, I'm super excited being here. This is other than the heat, I'm not having any issues. We are in the province, so it's been a little bit of an adjustment to convenience. Though here in San Juan, we've got a lot more convenience than we actually have in Imelda. So Imelda's much more province than San Juan. It's about a half hour south of where we're at now. So, and so yeah, but yeah, we're super excited to get the build process started. Though I think we're gonna have to wait till after the rainy season. We haven't selected a contractor yet. We've got the house designed, but we haven't selected a contractor yet. So that's one we need to work out. And we're looking at several. So trying to find the best deal, or average them against each other to see what's a nice middle ground. So, but yeah, we're like I said, we're in pretty good shape. Living the dream. I retired early. I retired at 57. So, which is unheard of. And I worked for a middle tier bank in Kansas City prior to retirement. I was with them 25 years, just short of 25 years. 24 years, 10 months, 14 days, something like that. I was under 2 months short of my 25th year anniversary. Everybody's like, why don't you wait? I'm like, yeah, I'm not waiting. So his 401k 59.5 or 57.5. So 401k 59.5. Yes, 59.5. But you can get around that. So there's a rule of 55, It's a government rule. It's called the Rule of 55. And as long as you are completely unemployed, you can collect from your 401k with your last employer. It has to be your last employer. You have to be completely unemployed. And you can collect from your last employer's 401k with no penalties. You won't take any penalties. And I'm using that, or I'm planning to use that. My 401k provider has not considered me separated from my company yet, so they're still jerking me around. They claim that it's probably going to be 2 to 3 months before they will consider me separated from my company. But yes, the Rule of 55 is it was originally put in place for people that got laid off after 55, but before 59 and a half, so they didn't get penalized. But there's nothing in it that says you can't quit or retire, as I did. And so I did retire with full benefits from the bank, which meant that I got free checking for the rest of my life. That was my full benefit. Awesome benefit. Don't get me wrong. Nothing like free checking. Oh, wait, I can get that from anybody. But yeah. But yes, I was able to retire because of my number of years of service and my age. So, but yeah, the Rule of 55 is pretty cool. And so that works out well. My wife is actually 2 years older than me, so she'll actually be 59 and a half in August. So we're going to cash out her whole 401k in August, and we're probably going to buy a car with it and put some of it towards the house build. But yeah, she's adamant that she wants an SUV here, so which would help out since we are so far from everything. We have a 15 passenger van now that we use on a regular basis. And I have her brother. Her brother's like our driver until I get used to driving here. I haven't driven here yet, though. In the province, it's not too bad, but the traffic is really bad. And so it's been nice having a driver so that I can just sleep. So the few times that we've had to go, like yesterday. So yesterday it was 2 hours to leave the city in the morning, I think at 8 o'clock in the morning. And then when we came home, it was over 3 hours when we came home because of traffic right around lunchtime. And so yeah, it took us over 3 hours to get home. And so yeah, it was kind of ridiculous. But yeah, that's the Philippines. Traffic is how it works here. So I think I'm gonna drop something there. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna drop, because that's an awesome shortcut. But yeah, we probably won't do a whole lot this week since we've got the anniversary party this weekend with the whole family. So I think they're going to be doing a bunch of stuff this week for that. So that'll be all of our stuff for this week. I was kind of hoping to get the bank account opened here sooner than later, but especially since the wife wants me to send more money, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not sending more money until you open a bank account. So yeah. So, but yeah, so. But yeah, I have all of my money is in the 401k I had with my last employer. I was with them, like I said, just short of 25 years. So it was easy to have all my money with them. And I don't have a ton of money in there, but I have more than enough to live here comfortably for quite a while. At least, especially until Social Security kicks in. But definitely longer than that if I have to. So, and also enough in there to build our house. So our house is not a huge house. I think we're looking below 200 square meters, which I don't know what that comes to in square feet, but it is a nice place with a living suite where we have our master bedroom, walk-in closet, master bath, office, guest bath, and then an open floor plan of kitchen, dining room, living room, and then on the other side of the of the living room, we have a guest suite that has 2 rooms and a bathroom for the guests, because we plan on having quite a bit of people here. So, oh yeah, normally you can live here on Social Security without a problem. Actually, like I said, I think my Social Security, based on my salary for the last X number of years, my Social Security is going to be more than the 2,000 we're living on per month now. So we'll be actually better off when Social Security kicks in, and we'll have the house built, so we'll be living on even less. So yeah. So Serpent Power, what's up, buddy? Thanks again for the raid. That was awesome. Most of them are still here, so I appreciate that. Most of them had really good questions too. They're the conversing bunch. So. Like you never even talked to them. I don't know what's going on there. So, so yeah, go Team Mothership. I know you're always talking to them about PvP. Right? They're not getting that from me. Yeah, the only PvP I know is how to die. Yeah, how to get killed quickly by Serpent Power and his So yeah, I actually cut through some low sec today, and I was a little worried you guys might jump me. I thought I'd need to have some kind of banner that says, "Hey, I'm with you guys." And luckily, you're usually working null sec, so I don't go into null sec. So, but yeah, they've been a conversant bunch, so that's been good. So yeah, it made the time go by super fast. So I ran out of time really quick. So I can't believe the stream's almost over. So. But yeah, they got me talking about the Philippines. You know me, I love to talk about the Philippines. So other than the heat, that's the only thing I'm having trouble with. That's the only thing I'm having trouble with. So, and I'm sure I'll get used to it here eventually. So, just a matter of time. So, but yeah, we're running back from Amar. We made a quick run to Amar to pick up some stuff. So, trying to get the event done, and actually Zero Chronos actually gave me a bunch. I bought them from him, but he was going to give them to me. I didn't want to rip him off, so but I bought them from him. But a whole bunch of the blueprints for the event, so that should help me get this event done finally. So that'll be good. So you never get used to that heat. Yeah, it is stifling. It is. You're not in Kansas anymore. Exactly, PI. Exactly. Yeah, you're not in Kansas anymore. Exactly. Which my wife is thinking of as a positive, because she was always cold in Kansas. So, but yeah, I was very comfortable in Kansas. So, even with the crazy Kansas City weather, we could have snow and 80 degrees in the same day. So, but yeah, definitely not in Kansas anymore. It's very consistent here. Very consistent here. So. Did I go through Zimsy? I did go through Zimsy. I freaking spaced it. All right, well that wasn't good. Nothing like missing my dock. That's all right. It all worked out. Too busy talking. That's my problem. Not paying attention. But yeah, you're not in Kansas anymore. Not in Kansas anymore. So yeah. But yeah, it's like I said, other than the heat, everything has been fantastic. We have given up a little bit of convenience because we are in the province. So if you need scotch tape or shoelaces or a stick of gum, it's a 2-hour drive. But if you need fresh fish, fresh pig, fresh beef, what they call beef, not the same as American beef, but what they call beef. If you need any of that stuff, it is available very readily here. So that's nice. But yeah, it's been an interesting situation. So, and fresh vegetables. Like I said, I'm eating way better than I ever did in Kansas. Way better. I mean, everything. Like I said, I was telling the guys on one of the streams a couple days ago that, yeah, they killed a cow. What they call a cow here. It's actually a carabao. But they killed a cow here in the morning, early in the morning. We bought the meat from the cow late in the morning, cooked it that afternoon, and ate it for dinner that night. It was pretty fantastic. I have never been able to do that in America. Not once. So, same thing with the pig, all fresh. The chicken, all fresh. So, the fish. My wife's a huge fish fan. The problem with the fish here is that they eat the whole fish. Scales, fins, everything. I hear Abigail barking. And so, yeah, and I'm looking for fillets. And so they don't fillet anything here. They just cook the fish, the whole fish. They'll cut the guts out and cook the whole fish. And I'm like, yeah. And so yeah, so I haven't had any fish yet, but actually I had shrimp yesterday, or excuse me, squid yesterday when we were at the mall. And it was okay. I mean, I probably won't have it again, but they cooked the whole squid. I mean, it was the whole squid, tentacles and all. And I had a little bit of it before I was like, yeah, that's not really my thing. But yeah, it was kind of funny because it was my wife. We ordered a platter and it was on there, and so she was like, "I'll eat that," and I was like, "Well, let me try it." It wasn't bad. It was chewy, as you would expect. Same as I had when I had an octopus before. It was really chewy. So, all right. So we're coming into Iteron. I am going to actually dock at Iteron and put something in this station so that I have it as a point. I don't know what, but I'm going to put something here. Because this is awesome. Thank you again, Respin, for this shortcut. It was awesome. Awesome, awesome. It doesn't hurt that this Astero moves like the wind, but definitely helpful. So, sorry, ads are on. I'm gonna dock. Let me dock here.
Warp drive active.
And we're looking for you fiend set. I don't know what I'm going to put here.
Docking permission requested.
Apparel, blueprints, metallurgy. No. 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 Nope. There it is, metal scraps. Nope. Nope. I would just like to see what's here. I don't care what it is. Is there any way to see what's being sold in this station only? me see what I got in my haul here. I could probably leave one of these. Yeah, let's leave one of these. That'll work. All right. Yeah, we'll get back here to you, Fiend, and then I'll turn you guys over to someone else. We'll do a raid. So that way you guys can continue to enjoy the rest of Eve. Like I said, there are some drops going on, I think. CCP had a drop that they had labeled only for themselves, and then they canceled their stream on Friday night. So then they opened it up to anyone who's doing Eve Online. So that's one that you can collect if you haven't got it already. That's one I'm looking to get. I think it's a Squall. I think it's a Squall skin. And then I think somebody said there's also some kind of crate as well. So that's going on. So
warp drive active.
traveling through low spec again, which I probably shouldn't have said, but that's okay. If you guys were here to take advantage, you already would have. So actually, I don't even know who's streaming. Let's see who's out here. Let's see who's out here. Zero's out there. Zero was on earlier. So, yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and we're going to raid Zero. Give him some love since he gave me some loving. Helped me out drastically with those blueprints. So, that was awesome. So... sponsored security, so that's the skin. Okay, cool. Yeah, I hadn't looked at it.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, so yeah, living it like I said today. Oh, it's actually that battery is finally charged. My God. That had to be like six or 7 hours it took to charge that battery. That is crazy. I'm gonna set up the second one. So that's for my drone. I have a drone. Like I said, I'll get some footage for you guys, and we'll put it up on on Discord once I get it.
Warp drive active.
But yeah, that's I can't believe it took that long. That's crazy. I think the drone flies for 20 minutes on one battery, and it takes seven hours to charge for 20 minutes. Seems like a crock. So seems like a crock, but oh well. But yeah, I'm anxious to give it a try. See if I can get some good footage. We'll give that a try. Like I said, I'll post it out there on Discord.
Warp drive active.
That should be good. You sell everything you own in the U.S. or buy all new? Yep. Yeah. So we pretty much sold all our furniture with the house. They have something called a buy-on box that you can send. I had one here the other day, but it's not here anymore. That's yay big and yay tall. And whatever you can fit in it, lead or feathers, doesn't matter on the weight. It's $100. And so we sent over 40 of those with my wife's shoes, my wife's bags, our clothes, different house things. She bought a whole bunch of stuff that she wanted for the new house, for the one we're building. But we sent over 40 boxes at $100 a pop. And but we sold all our furniture with the house. I got rid of a whole bunch of other stuff. And so yeah, that's how the drone got here, and everything else was through those boxes. They take about 2 months to get here, and we sent about 10 a month. So I think our January ones have arrived, our February ones have arrived, and the March one that we sent, which includes my gaming chair, should arrive here the end of the month. So I'm actually really excited for it, because it'll be great to have my gaming chair. This plastic chair is not cutting it. And then also my green screen and several other my streaming things. So that'll be good. Yeah, you're getting a lot of pixelization on the camera, because I'm using software instead of the green screen. And so yeah, once the green screen's here, that'll be a lot cleaner. And so yeah, so that'll be nice. And then yeah, so pretty excited about that. Unfortunately, this rental, we don't have a whole lot of room. So I'm not sure where we're going to put them. Because I think there's 10 or 12 boxes, 13 boxes, I think, in that shipment. And then we sent another 4, 5, 6, I think, in April that were overflow. And so yeah, so we'll have to see how that works. And so yeah, so we'll figure it out. Unfortunately, my wife's been unpacking them all, which I was thinking we would leave them packed because it'll be a lot easier to move to the new place, but she's unpacking them all. So I guess when we move, it'll be, we'll just throw everything in baskets and carry it to the new place, which ought to be interesting. So we'll have to see how that works. They don't have like U-Hauls or anything here, so that's kind of a little bit different. So we'll have to see how that works. But my brother-in-law has something he calls a bumblebee, which is kind of like what you'd call a cargo van, except it's not as big as a van. It's a lot smaller. But I think we can get most of our stuff in it. So yeah, that'll be interesting. But like things like the refrigerator, I'm really not sure how we're going to get that moved. I think we're going to have somebody move it for us. And so yeah, we'll probably hire somebody to move the bigger things. And then we'll take care of the others. But that's a long way off. We're figuring probably at least a year we'll be here in the rental while we build. And that's the other reason for the drone, and for us being close, is I want to go over to the build site daily and take video and keep track of it and kind of go along to see how things are progressing, keep an eye on things. That's one that we've been told by anybody else who's built here, is that you really need to keep an eye on things, make sure it goes the way you want, make sure that the plans are read the way you intended, things of that nature. So a lot of things lost in translation. And so yeah, so we're pretty excited about that and anxious to do that. That's why we didn't build while we were in America. We've had several people that built while they were in America, and then when they got here, it wasn't the way they expected, the way it was designed, rooms in the wrong place, things of that nature. So yeah, so it's kind of nice. So yeah, they just said wait till you're here. Also, you have a lot of problem with things disappearing, materials, things of that nature, if you're not keeping on top of it. So, but yeah, so we're pretty excited to get that started. Like I said, we probably won't be able to start during the rainy season, which is about to start here the end of May. But we've actually had quite a bit of rain the last week or so. So I'm wondering if it's actually starting early, which would be good for us if it starts early. That means it'll end early, which means we can get started. But the beginning of the build project is a lot of digging, and it makes it very hard for them to dig when it's raining every day. So yeah, so that makes it that hard. And so plus you want the foundations to be very secure, and if the ground is super wet, then you don't have all that. So yeah, I want to make sure that the concrete dries correctly and that kind of stuff. But we are home, so not bad at all. Like I said, I'm going to go ahead and raid Zero Chronos. Appreciate him helping me out with these blueprints, which is going to make a huge difference. In fact, I need to see where Reagan is. Actually, let's do this. Let's reprocess. And let's switch board. Item hanger, mineral hold, undock. We are in the Matins, so let's go ahead and we're going to dock here. And Kraken's going to dock there as well. We'll trade him all these blueprints. And so yeah, so this should get him back on track. And this should allow him to complete the event. So this will be fantastic. So yeah, so Zero really helped me out. Respin really helped me out. Thanks for that. Appreciate it.
Docking request accepted.
So appreciate you guys' help. Like I said, thanks for watching. Appreciate you guys being here. I will be back on again tomorrow, same time, 9:30 Eastern Time, U.S., 9:30 p.m. Eastern Time, U.S., 8:30 p.m. Central, 7:30 p.m. Mountain, or if you're like me in the Philippines, it will be 9:30 a.m. in the Philippines. So, Jerry Can, Dark Slider, appreciate you guys. Yes, actually, tomorrow night is our mining fleet, so it is our event. I have a weekly event where I mine with my viewers. So you guys are all welcome. So please join us for that. That's pretty awesome. And yeah, we'll go from there. And so yeah, so we'll have that tomorrow night. So yeah, definitely want to be there for that because that's a lot of fun. That's here in Ufine as well. So and yeah, so I will turn you over to Zero Chronos. And we'll go from there. And hopefully I'll see you guys all tomorrow night. Appreciate you guys being here. Have a great day or night, whichever it is for you. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Thanks again. Take care, Jerry Can, Amitation, Dark Slider, Caviar, all you guys. Appreciate it. You guys have a great night, great day, whichever it is for you. Thanks again. Night, Amitation. Have a great one. I'll see you tomorrow.